hysterical and I'm wet. I'm in pain and I'm wet.
Come with me and you'll be in a world of pure imagination. Take a look and you'll see into your imagination.
Well, maybe a couple of years ago I could have shown you something, but today, look at that.
Steady as a rock.
Yeah, but I shoot with this hand. Are you saying that I put an abnormal brain into a 7.5-foot long, 54-inch wide gorilla?
Wait right here.
There you go. Couldn't pass. That's right. That is the incomparable Gene Wilder, as we say goodbye to another great. And I know most of our audiences knows who Gene is. For the younger audience out there, just incredible. Young Frankenstein, the original Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Grew up listening, watching him on Saturday Night Live. Also his late wife, Miss Gilda Radner. But we lost a star today. 83 years young, old, however, succumbed to the horrible disease of Alzheimer's. Sorry to start that the show off on that note, but just let you know, time is not forever, right? As we get older and we look at these men and women who have entertained us for years, and we just realize that every day we're getting closer to that ticking clock as well in our lives. Enough of that. I didn't mean to bum you out there, but I just want to say respects, because like I said, I spent many nights watching Gene Wilder be at Blazing Saddles, sitting around the campfire, or Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, and Young Frankenstein, Abby Normal. Good times. Hey, there was a story, actually, as I was reminiscing about Gene Wilder. I don't know if you guys know this. I want to share this. It's something that I learned for the first time as well, is that the only way that he would have done the Willy Wonka movie when he was talking to the director is that he had to do that classic scene at the very beginning where he comes out all frail with the cane, when the cane gets stuck and he kind of does a flip and he comes up and he's a, very healthy person. But Gene said that the reason why he put that in there, or had the director put that in there, was because he wanted to make the audience think that if the rest of the story was true, if he started out playing jokes or full of BS, as they would say, if the rest of what he was going to do during the movie was also true. So, interesting fact. Like I said, time moves on. I don't know if you guys noticed, but we have changed our theme song. I will tell you, Kevin MacLeod actually wrote that specifically for us. So for those who are out there wanting to know what that song was, this is actually written for us This is our song. That's right. Thank you, Kevin, for doing that for us. We truly appreciate it. For you guys that don't know, I will have to say that Kevin MacLeod is probably one of the most listened to artists in the world. Seriously. All you have to do is Google him. You'll see. He is most of the music that you hear on YouTube, most of the background music you hear in video games, things of that nature. Kevin is the composer for those. So obviously we're doing something right. We are definitely doing something right. So I want to say thank you once again, Kevin, for putting that together for us. I don't want to bore everybody with it because you're going to be hearing it over the next 20 years, right? We hope. But that is our theme song for the show. All righty, let's get this show on the road. Talk about getting the show on the road. We have a very special guest that's going to be joining us. Now, we're going to be switching some things up. And I know some of you guys that listen they know that I do news in the first half hour. That's not going to change tonight. I'm still going to talk. But actually, for the next 2 hours, we're going to be talking. If you'd like to give us a call, it's open lines, 312-588-1200. The reason being is that we are going to have a very special guest joining us from Rome. That's right. In the last 2 hours, it is the one and only Leo Zagami. For those that don't know, Leo is, you want to meet Illuminati? Do you want to talk to someone who is actually an Illuminati? Or was? Family? Leo's a guy. I'll let him talk about his background and everything, but I will tell you, this is the closest thing that you're going to get to talking or having the opportunity to listen to a true Illuminati. Now, we're going to ask some hard questions. Don't think I'm going to give him a pass. Don't think that for a minute that I am going to just believe everything. We will, but that he is going to be coming in the last 2 hours. I have to apologize, but we do have a time difference. He is getting up at 4 a.m. his time there in Rome, Italy, to join us on the show. So we got 2 hours before then, but we have a lot of news to cover. A lot of things happened over the weekend. I think you need to be aware, but if you'd like to give us a call, give us a call. We have open lines, 312-588-1200. Some other housekeeping items. If you are joining us for the first time on YouTube, make sure you subscribe at The Midnight Ocean. If you're listening to us on audio, yes, we do have a live YouTube feed that runs. We're going to be doing a little bit more production value with that. Right now, it's just currently, books, things of that nature, and me bobbing my head around looking like a squirrel, as my buddy Dan tells me in the chat room. No, we're going to be doing a little bit more production. Yeah, the reason why my eyes are all over is I'm trying to monitor 7 monitors at the same time. And on top of that, do a radio show. It will get better, though. As we get better, as we add more technology in the stack here, we will get rid of some of these monitors. But right now it's all software driven, so I have to kind of monitor them. I have to monitor the monitors. So that's why. But if you want to watch that happen, feel free to get over to Facebook. The other thing too about Facebook is that we haven't got the wormhole or the whirlpool back up and running. We don't have the whirlpool back up and running, as I do apologize. I'm sitting here looking at chat, just making sure everything is still go for now. Yep. All right. So we don't have the Whirlpool running right now in our new site. We're going to get that up and running. I thought I could get it going this weekend, but we had some technical issues. Actually, what it was doing is it was tripping our security for our website. So we'll have to make some changes there and move some things around. But if you want to talk to us live, the best way to do that is on the YouTube chat. We find that that's probably the best room. So if you want to kick on over to YouTube, you can block out my face and just join us on chat. Love to have you there. The other thing too is the hat I'm wearing is the Mr. Alien hat. And yes, it does confirm what everybody who knows me already knows. There's nothing between my ears. And you're going to have to watch the YouTube video to understand what I mean about that. Oh, so some more housekeeping. Also, we are on social media, of course. Who isn't these days? We don't want the government knowing our business, but yet we'll post it out on social media. We'll freely give it away. But the best way to reach us out there is the Midnight Ocean. Just type in the Midnight Ocean. We'll come up to the top. And also, if you have not joined, we have a special group just for listeners only called Midnight Listeners, all one word. Join that group. Once we get it up to 100, hopefully we'll get it a lot more, but once we get it up to 100, we're going to have a special drawing. We have 100 shirts that we're ordering. They're limited edition shirts. The artwork has been done for us. And the artist has been gracious enough to allow us to use his drawing for 100 shirts. We will give we're actually going to have a drawing for 10 of those shirts. We're going to give 10 of them away, and the other ones we're going to sell. And there's only going to be 100. So, and they go up to 5X for us well-nourished individuals. But that's the other advantage. So if you haven't gone out there and joined the Midnight Listeners, go ahead and do that. Now, one thing I will tell you, I'm not a spammer. I don't spam people. I don't believe in it. I hate it. Can't stress that enough. I hate spam, especially on Facebook. I don't care about your kittens, and I don't care about your dogs, and I don't care about, playing Farm Bill or feeding your fish. As far as I'm concerned, those little guys can die. Forgot we're radio. Have to behave. Those little bleeping fish, I don't care. We just die. Go ahead. Better yet, go ahead and send me a request to feed your fish on Facebook. I'll take good care of them. Tonight's show also is brought to you by Tim Hortons Coffee. The best, cheapest coffee you'll ever drink. And like I've said, if you're within 500 miles of the Canadian border, it's well worth the extra trip, the diversion to get yourself some Timmy Hortons coffee and a Danish. For those that are out there in Twitter land, we do have a Twitter. It's at the MN Ocean. That's at the MN Ocean. We also have hashtag TMO guest and TMO host. You can hashtag us. We'll be glad to get back to you. So I think we've taken care of all of the social media aspects. Oh, of course, you can join us live. We are live every weeknight because we have quite a few people that download the show, so they might not know when we actually run. But so it's weeknights, every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, U.S. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at themidnightocean.com. There are links to various download sites. We are going to be on, I was just told today that we're going to be on iTunes as well. So we're going to be on iTunes. It looks like too that we're also going to be on Spotify, which actually is an honor because Spotify is not allowing just anybody to be on their podcast. It's amazing that Google says that we add no intrinsic value to their members. Thus, we can't participate in the AdWords and monetizing our YouTube videos for 6 months. But yet Spotify says that we do add value, and they're allowing us to get on their network. We're going to be like one of just a handful of podcasts. That's a great honor. Another thing, too, don't want to get my hopes up or get the cat out of the bag. I did receive a email, kind of nice email today. We are getting out there. We are growing, even though we're very young. But apparently our show has reached the right people. There's a certain network who is wanting me to give them a call. I will promise you this, though, because I've been down this road. I've done this before. If they want to change the show in any way, form, or fashion, no go. You have my word, my promise, that this is our show. We are here to bring non-mainstream ideas to the mainstream. So keep our fingers crossed, though. It's all about getting out there. Getting out there. Now, one of the things, talk about mainstream media. This is a guy, I'll have to say, I never really, how do you say it? I opposed a lot of his positions in the past. I do have respect for him, though. Does that make sense? I mean, a lot of those people out there who know me know that, you know, I don't like Bernie Sanders' political ideology, but I can respect the man. I can have a beer with him, even though we are, because I don't think he's full of BS, you know? Bravo Sierra, as another late night host would say. I don't think he's full of a lot of Bravo Sierra. I think what you get is what you get. Right, wrong, or different. I can deal with that. People have different opinions, and that's okay. So this gentleman, when he would get, I would just cringe, because I just completely, I didn't know. I really didn't know. But yet there is hope. And what I'm talking about is Mr. Van Jones. All right, guys. Let me tell you, Mr. Van Jones. I don't like his viewpoints on a lot of things, but I do respect the man. I can have a beer with him, and I respect him. And he came out with a video, and I don't know what's going on there in the Jones world, in the Van Jones world. I don't know if people are starting to be enlightened. That's an appropriate topic tonight, considering we're going to have an Illuminati on. I don't know. But he actually came out and published this on Facebook, and I want to play it. I don't want to play a whole lot because I don't want to get a copyright strike, because that's the game that YouTube plays, that when you grow and you start to be successful in this business and they want to shut you, they'll say, oh, you violated copyright back in two years ago, and they'll take all your videos off. So I want to make sure that they understand this is fair use. This is commentary. And I want to share this with you because I think it's very important, though, because I don't know if he's having a second opinion or second opinion. He's having maybe his thought process is changing. Maybe he is starting to wake up. Maybe he's always been awake, and it's just, this is just one area that he is awake in, and some of the other areas he's just adamantly still asleep.
Hey, this is Van Jones, and I'm just going to talk to you about something that's been on my heart, watching what's going on with the Standing Rock situation. If you are on Facebook a lot, you may see that there's a big struggle going on for the Native American community because a pipeline is going to be shoved down the throats of Native American people. Some folks who are wanting to move oil.
Now, you know, that you can go out there and just kind of Google Van Jones Facebook, Lakota Lives Matter, right? You know, this is what we've been saying all along. And, you know, the amazing thing is this. For a lot of people out there, you have no clue that this is going on because mainstream media is not talking about it. I've been watching CNN. I've been watching, you know, MSNBC. I've been watching a lot of the news channels, and there's no word about it. There are literally thousands of Lakota Indians who are up there in North Dakota who are protesting peacefully a pipeline that is planned to be built. Actually, it's not planned. It is being built through their tribal lands that we, the government, and we, the people, gave them. It is akin to what happened in Oregon. It's akin to what happened at the Bundy Ranch. And the news media was all over that. Because you know, had patriots. They were all over it. But you don't hear anything about this. This is a blatant corporate land grab being executed by a office, BLM office of the interior of the government. Now, we have on this show on many occasions, I'm not trying to get political here. I'm trying to just lay out the facts. Every one of these land grabs, there has always been a corporate interest. It has nothing to do with, you know, the BLM was there to, you know, the government, number one, can't own land except they can only own where Washington, D.C. is, and they can only own forts and military installations. That's per the Constitution. So what they did is they created this BLM, this Bureau of Land Management, Reclamation Land Management. And what they do, this is how they control the land, is that they come in and say, look, we're going to be stewards of the land because you, the people who've been here for hundreds of years, your family been on here for 100 years, you don't know how to take care of the land like we do. That's what they do. But the sad part is this. Every one of these instances, especially the one that's going on now in North Dakota, is tracked back to corporate interests. So I got to ask, is the BLM, Bureau of Land Management, really out there to protect the land? Or are they just there to oversee the land before it gets converted over to corporate interests or sold off to the highest bidder? Are they just protecting the American asset until it can be sold off? When we get back from the break, because we got a break coming up, we'll continue this discussion. If you'd like to join in, give us a call at 312-588-1200. That's 312-588-1200. I'd love to hear what you have to say.
This is The Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
Radical, I am love. There you go. I am love, everybody. You gotta love that song. That is my good friend Ed Roman, who is actually I wouldn't say good friend, we're friends. We'll become good friends. Something tells me, things click. Ed was on the show a couple weeks ago. And he's going to be back on the show here on the 29th. And then I'm going to cruise on over to Murfreesboro. That's right. Newsflash. I'm going to be in Murfreesboro because they are having the Indie Artist of the Year or the Indie Artist Award ceremony there in my hometown of Murfreesboro. See the family, but also hang out with Ed and some of my other close friends. So that's right. I'll be in Murfreesboro in the next couple of months. But that's a really good song. If you guys haven't had an opportunity, that is off of the Red Omen album. Red Omen. Say that a couple times really fast. It will tie your tongue in knots. So those that are joining who normally think that we have a guest, no, the guest is going to be on there. I know. You guys have it all timed out. I talk the first 30 minutes and then the guest comes on at 10:30. Well, there's a little change of plan because our guest is actually calling in from Rome, Italy, and he wanted to get a little bit of sleep. It'll be 4 a.m. when he calls in anyways, but so he's going to be joining us the last 2 hours. I got to fix this chair. It's going to break. Actually, what I need to do is get back standing back up. I used to do my old show standing up, and I need to get there. We're slowly getting the studio put together. One building project at a time here at the Norton household. And we just wrapped up one over the weekend. Took us 4 months. Just in time. Just in time. My granddaughter had an opportunity to go swimming. I've been promised her for 4 months that she was going to be able to go swimming in our new pool. And, man, I cracked that whip. I know I PO'd a lot of contractors, but I don't care. It's for my granddaughter. And by God, she got the swim on Saturday. And unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to her as she and my oldest daughter moved to North Carolina. So, kind of heartbroken. But we'll see each other again. God willing. God willing. So getting back to the news at hand, you know, so this whole wounded knee thing, it's not a thing. I mean, you know, the BLM has pretty much shown, the United States government has pretty much shown, and what do you expect? I mean, to be honest with you, what do you expect? This is economics. This isn't politics. This is economics. We borrow trillions of dollars because the money that you spent or the money you pay in taxes don't actually go pay for anything. It pays the Federal Reserve. It pays the New World Order. It pays those guys. What actually runs this country and the debts of this country is that we borrow money. We issue bonds and stuff. So naturally, these creditors are going to want something in return. They want something of real estate, real, tangible. And we have caught on numerous occasions. You talk about what happened with the Bundy Ranch, what happened up. I mean, all of these where the BLM's involved, it has nothing about land management and reclamation. It has everything to do with having the land so that when the foreign interests or the corporations want to come in and buy it, it's there for them. It's a resource. It's something that our government can sell off. I mean, talking about Trump actually they did an assessment of what the country's worth. Its values, not the values that you and I hold, but the value of the mineral rights, the water rights, the land, the infrastructure, what it's truly worth. And what you're seeing is a sell-off. So now you have the Lakota Indians up there in North Dakota trying to block this oil pipeline from going through their property. But you don't hear about anything on the news about it, and you got thousands of them. It's not 1 or 2 or 30 or 40 or maybe 50. Thousands. But you're not going to hear anything about it. And the reason being is because the mainstream media, the government, they don't want you to hear anything about it. And unfortunately, what's happened, you know, that's one thing about the Patriot movement. I mean, we're vocal, we're loud, we know how to stir up and get out and let people know that this is going on. Of course, the government comes back and tries to paint it as we are, you know, the Patriots are not we, but the Patriots. Yeah, I'm a Patriot. I'm a 3%er, but the Patriots are rebel rousers. We're terrorists. We're whatever. We can't say that about the American Indians. These are peaceful people who were thrown off their land to begin with, and then through the Trail of Tears and whatever, were relocated to this land, and they were told that this land is their land forever. Well, we know what forever looks like, right? Until the government can find something else to do with it. Like I said, not trying to get political, But I was shocked to see Van Jones. And maybe it was just because corporate interests were there. Because it's truly a corporate interest story. Anti-corporation, right? But the government is benefiting from that because all that oil, all that crude that goes through it, they charge taxes on it. So they benefit too. That was one thing about the housing bubble. We were talking about the housing bubble. This is economics, not politics. This is economics. How can the government allow all these houses, all these default houses to go? Because the government receives taxes on those homes, and they receive taxes regardless if they're occupied or not. The banks have to pay them, or the mortgage company has to pay them. So it's natural that, property tax. So it's not in the government, it's not in, municipalities' best interest to not allow the building permits, because they receive taxes from that. And if people default, everybody goes, what were they going to receive if they default? They still receive taxes. The banks have to pay, or the bondholders have to pay. But they still get their taxes. The government still gets paid. So enough of that. We have chewed up enough time. But I do find it interesting that Van Jones is now jumping into the fight. Good. Maybe mainstream media might wake up on this one, right? I hope it remains peaceful. I do, but if the government and corporations keep thinking that they're going to take over people, stop doing that. Take over people's lands, they're going to get a fight. It's only inevitable. And I know everybody talks about how powerful the United States government is, the military. It's still bad business. This is still, they can, with their drones and whatever, wipe out a fairly significant amount of us with their welfare weapons. They can wipe out pretty good, but they'll have their fight on their hands. They'll definitely have a fight on their hands. Not saying that we should go there. I'm not an advocate of that whatsoever. I like what the Lakota Nation is doing. They're peaceful. They're protesting. They're executing their constitutional right. They're not making any threats. They're not occupying anybody's land. They're on their own land. This is the thing. They're on their land as these bulldozers and these pipelines are coming through their land. Keep up the fight. Keep up the fight. Another thing in the news now, I will turn a little political here. Good job, Alex Jones. You got the you and your black heart. Look, for those that know me I like Alex Jones. I like the information he provides, and to be honest with you, the majority, if not all, the information that he does provide is truthful. If you look it up. Now, some of it can be interpreted one way or the other, but I can see where I can see exactly how he's interpreted. The government, when they write laws and stuff, they intentionally leave open-ended laws so it can go either one way or the other. Like the whole internet. For those that don't know, at the end of this month, the internet can be and probably will be turned over to the United Nations. And let me tell you, and Alex has been saying this all along, so have I. First, let me tell you why that is a bad thing, right? The internet naming, so when you go to my show, themidnightocean.com, that actually resolves to an IP address, and that IP address is unique. And there's only one IP address in the whole world. There's only one. And that's all controlled and maintained through the DNS, the domain name registry system, or ICANN, right? That's all maintained there. And they have one body that controls that, because they can, if you had multiple parties controlling the systems, the DNS system, if I don't like you, say a government or a corporation, they don't like what you post about them, they can go and lobby a government who's on the take or whatever, and they can lobby them, and they can change that IP address for and send it to another site that's more friendly towards them. The government already does it. The FBI has been doing it for a while. They've been mimicking Facebook pages, and they call them honeypot systems. Or especially with the Kim.com. I don't know if you guys know that story. It's a guy that, allowed downloaded music and videos and copyrighted material. And he's finally getting extradited back to the United States. And he's probably going to spend, the next 1,000 years of his life in prison. It's amazing. You steal from a corporation and you get life, double, triple life sentences. But if you shoot a man, you can get out in 20 years. Don't want to take money from the man, but you can kill one. But I digress. So getting back to the Alex Jones thing, Alex is correct in a lot of things. You can agree with him, or you can disagree with him, but if you do the research, you'll see. And like I said, the government open ends. Even the Supreme Court said politicians don't know how to write laws. I went to a speech and listened to Ginsburg talk about that. That if the politicians learned how to write laws, that the Supreme Court would basically be out of business. But they intentionally do that. They intentionally write, and she even said that. She came out and said it, that politicians intentionally write laws with open-ended things so they can wiggle room. They have wiggle room. And so talking about the ICANN thing. So the way that the law, because we're doing it, we're changing, handing it over. Well, the problem is they wrote that law to move it, and everybody's like, well, open free trade, blah, 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 blah. But they don't realize what happens is you actually have a monopoly. The ICANN system it's a monopoly, and it's rightfully so a monopoly, because you don't want think about it. What would happen if you had 6 different post offices or 10 different phone companies that had their own standards? You never get mail. Well, the only thing you get in mail now is junk or bills, so I don't care about that. But phones, there's a standard. And now they're going to hand us off. And it's the ICANN is now a monopoly. They busted up phone companies for this stuff. So the way that the only way that the ICANN system can remain doing its role is it has to fall under a governmental jurisdiction. It has to, because the government can have monopoly. They have quite a few. So legally, the only way that the United States no longer has control over it as of the end of this month, and the next couple of days, 2 days from now. They'll no longer have control. So what happens is that some government agency now has to step up and absorb them, or there will be lawsuits, monopoly lawsuits from every country in the world. Antitrust lawsuits. Because France thinks they should have it. Russia thinks they should have it. China thinks they should have it. Japan. So there's going to have to be a governing body that's going to take this over, i.e. the United Nations. Now, do you want the United Nations controlling websites and addresses A lot of people say, well, what's wrong with that? Well, I can tell you a lot of things are wrong with it. The United Nations, if they have a long history that if you don't do what they want you to do as a country, they'll either A, just invade you, B, ignore you, or C, cut off all your resources. I mean, they're not the fairest organization out there. So all of the gun companies, they've already said they want to be able to prosecute American gun companies. So who's to say that you won't be able to go out and go to Colt or go to Smith & Wesson or go to whatever? They can block those. They control it. So you can't have commerce. The other part of it too is that what right does the United Nations have over U.S. commerce? That's in essence what they're doing. If they don't like what I'm saying about them, they can knock me off right now, off the air. That's why it's dangerous. And Alex Jones called this out. This is one example. Years ago when they started talking about this. One example. But the reason why I wanted to bring up Alex today is that apparently Hillary Clinton called him the Black Heart. He's the Black Heart. The Black Heart. He has such a black heart because he believes that 9/11 was an inside job. Well, any person with common sense will know that I can't tell you what happened at 9/11, but I can tell you this. Building 7 didn't fall because of an airplane, because the airplane never hit Building 7. I find it ironic that the two buildings that held the investigation into the 3.2 or $3.5 trillion that were missing, I find, when Donald Rumsfeld came out and said that there's an active investigation and 3.2 missing, $3.2 trillion missing from the Defense Department, that it just happens that the both buildings where the data for that investigation was stored, one in Building 7 in New York City and then also in the Pentagon, just happened to have, the Pentagon had something hit it and it blew that up. So the military investigation's gone. And then the civil FBI investigation, which was being done in Building 7, that building just blows up, implodes on itself. We had a scientist, a doctor, physicist here talking about how they did it last week on the show using nanotubes and small nuclear devices that are actually inside the nanotube, which they're so isolated they can be installed instantly, about the size of a human hair. You don't have to take months or years I would say, to rig a building for implosion. We had him on the show last week. Plausible. You still have, they had the molten pools of metal, which something definitely had, and jet fuel doesn't get to that temperature. Friction and stress doesn't reach that temperature multiple. So like I said, I don't know what was that. I wasn't there. I wasn't into the planning, but I find it highly suspicious. An intelligent person would look at that and have a lot of questions, right? The crime scene was all the steel that was shipped out. A lot of people don't realize all the steel was put into a warehouse and then shipped over to Japan and melted down without proper forensics. Never heard a report about that. The forensics that were done, you had several engineers that came out and said these beams were cut using precision devices. Just telling you what the scientists have said. So something very suspicious. But over the weekend, you had Hillary Clinton call Alex Jones a blackheart for his comments. I find it ironic, and it was only a matter of time before I brought this up. I don't know who's more of a blackheart, but you have a radio personality whose sole job, and I'm glad we have Alex Joneses in the world. Like I said, I don't, sometimes his methods are out there and extreme, and I get that. But no one else is doing what he's doing. No one else is challenging these officials. No one else is doing the hard reporting, the deep digging, the thing that journalists need to be doing. Instead, we have Pravda journalists, rip and read journalists. My buddy at JJ McCarty does a show, and he actually has a 2-minute clip of just a day in news. You gotta listen to his show. JJMcCarty.com. McCartney. And he plays this clip, and it's a 2-minute long, and basically it's every news agency ripping and reading. And what that is in the business, all the news comes through the AP wire. They get their news source. Talking about Building 7, the BBC was talking about Building 7 falling or being, crashing to the ground 2 hours before it actually happened. The news person was standing there, and they had a picture of it, of Building 7 right behind them. So they're talking about Building 7 collapsing on itself as it's sitting in the background. Nothing to see here. Remember the news guy for Iraq? Oh, the Americans are not here. It's kind of like that. They're dumb enough to have a live feed talking about ripping and reading, talking about how Building 7 fell. See, they didn't have their time zones right. They talked about how Building 7 just fell, and in the background, Building 7's still sitting there. And then 2 hours later, it falls. Yeah, there's video out there of that. I remember watching it live. I remember watching it, and I was very familiar with New York, and I'm looking at it going, wait a minute, that's Building 7 in their background. So, the truth will come out. And Alex Jones, as much as you like him or dislike him, don't like the way he delivers the message, he does get the message out. Now, one of the messages, so he's a blackheart. But when we get back from the break, I'm gonna show you what a blackheart is. I'm gonna read you this list, and if you're not disturbed by this, there's some serious questions that I have for you and your morality. But you're listening to Jeff Norton of the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and Podcast. Join us on the web at themidnightocean.com.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. from west of the Mississippi, 1-310-349-3096. East of the Mississippi, 1-718-285-8348. And first-time callers may reach Jeff at 1-312-588-1200. This is The Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. First hour gone. One more hour to go before we have Leo Zagami joining us. I'd have to say Leo's probably the closest thing to Illuminati that you're going to talk to. It's going to be an interesting conversation. He's going to be calling in from Rome. He'll be joining us here in the next hour. Look forward to that. But we will march on. I know we're out of our normal format. We're, out of sync a little bit here, but sometimes have to accommodate our guests. If you'd like to give me a call, it is open lines, 312-588-1200. That's 312-588-1200. Love to hear from you. But right before we went to break, we were talking about Hillary Clinton's comment about Alex Jones having a black heart. Dun, dun, dun. I care less what she has to say, to be honest. And look, before you guys say, I don't like Trump either. But I'll tell you one thing, and I've said this before, and you can draw your own conclusions. I will vote for a freaking slug before I vote for Hillary Clinton. All right? So draw your own conclusions from that statement. Talk about the Clintons, talk about Black Heart. I want you, before I get into this segment, I want you to honestly write down or think about how many people that you know personally, who have died mysteriously. And then what I'm talking about mysteriously, I'm not talking about coronary heart attack or anything. People die like that, right? We're a world of GMO and McDonald's and Burger King and all of those places that I love to eat. But my favorite place is Tim Hortons coffee. There's nothing like a good cup of Tim Hortons coffee and a Danish. They don't sponsor the show. I just love their coffee. And if you're within 500 miles of the Canadian border, it's well worth diverting your excursion going to Tim Hortons. They're in Ohio. They're in Michigan. I think they're in upstate New York. They're all around that area, but they are a Canadian company. It's my understanding that they were purchased by Wendy's, which apparently will be coming here to the States. But it's the best cheap coffee you'll ever drink. It's good coffee. But talking about black hearts, talk about, do the mental exercise. Go in your mind and think about how many people have died mysteriously in your life. All right. Are you ready? Here's the list. Someone said, prove it. And here's the list. These are all of people that have been around the Clintons that have died. And it's a total of 90, by the way. The total number is 90. But let me break it down for you. Ron Brown's lawyer on 04/96 murdered. Drive-by shooting the day after Ron Brown's plane crash. I don't know if you guys know this. Ron Brown on 4/96, Ron Brown, Secretary of Commerce, plane crash. Commerce Secretary near indictment who allegedly threatened Clintons with, "I'm not going to go down alone." U.S. said no black box was on this government plane, though Croatian and French TV showed teams pulling one out. Air Force, for the first time ever, canceled the safety investigation of a U.S. government crash on friendly soil. 1996. There was 34 other people that died on that plane with Commerce Secretary Ron Brown. Yeah, he was going to spill the beans. 1996, Admiral Borda, Chief of Naval Operations, suicide, allegedly shot himself in the chest with a handgun, distraught with questions regarding his medals that he had answered a year earlier. He was a combat veteran for Vietnam and received combat ribbons for some activities while there. Others were reclassified later to combat, after which he began wearing these as well. When questioned regarding the latter ribbons arose, he simply said he would not wear the ones in question if there was going to be a big deal made of them. This combat veteran and our highest ranking naval officer, responsible for a couple of 100,000 servicemen and always a capable officer and soldier, now a year after settling the issue, he shoots himself over it. Others believe that he was eliminated because he refused to transport Chinese, Eurasians, and other forces on U.S. Navy transports to U.S. and Canadian shores for semi-permanent ongoing training. Yeah. You could go to San Diego, the ports there, and there are Chinese Navy soldiers there. Bill Shelton, 06/94 suicide, allegedly shot himself at graveside of fiancee Kathy Ferguson, who died a month before, also from a suicide. Sheldon was from Arkansas, state trooper who vocally been proclaiming that his fiancee had not committed suicide, allegedly shot himself behind his left ear. Kathy Ferguson. Trooper ex of Arkansas Trooper Danny Ferguson engaged to Trooper Bill Shelton. Danny Ferguson allegedly escorted Paula Jones to Clinton's hotel room. And Kathy was vocal about her knowledge in the case and was to be collaborating witness for Paula Jones in her sexual harassment case against Clinton. Allegedly shot herself behind the left ear. Attorney for Dan Lester, suicide, allegedly jumped out of a building and killed himself. He represented Dan Lester, a close friend of Bill Clinton, who was indicted on drug charges and sent to prison. Ronald Rogers, plane crash, Arkansas dentist for the Clintons, killed on the way to the interview with a London Sunday Telegraph report to reveal info. Hershey Friday, plane crash, Clinton attorney and fundraiser, plane blew up. Ed Wiley, suicide, allegedly shot himself in the head in Virginia, real estate attorney and manager of Clinton's presidential campaign finance committee. Luther Parks, 1990, murdered, head of Clinton's security team in Little Rock, gunned down in his car outside a Little Rock home, broken into out before his death, dossier on Clinton taken. Stanley Hurd, plane crash, chair of Patrick Health Care Advisory Committee for Clinton, who had treated Clinton's mother, stepfather, and brother, killed when plane crashed after reporting fire on board. Stephen Dickinson, plane crash. Counsel and Mr. Hurd killed in the same crash. John Walker, accident. RTC investigator who fell from the balcony of an apartment that was also a getaway for Vince Foster. Vince Foster, White House counsel, allegedly shot in Fort Marcy Park. Bullet not found. Gun used stayed in hand. Initial witness said there was no gun. Close friend of Clinton's alleged possible affair with Hillary involved in Inslaw CIA computer cover-up tracked Clinton's financials, many irregularities in depth and its investigation. Paul Welcher murdered. Washington attorney investigating federal corruption, including MENA and BATF assault on Branch Davidian shortly before death. Gave Janet Reno with a 99-page affidavit. Planned TV documentary. Found dead on a toilet before meeting with Danny Costello's attorney. John Wilson, suicide, allegedly hung himself, reported part of the Whitewater and was ready to talk. Sergeant B. Hanley, Sergeant Tim Sable, Major William Barkley, and Captain Scott Reynolds, helo crash. All four died in a crash in the woods near Quantico, Virginia. All had escorted Clinton on flights to the Roosevelt videotape made by firemen at crash site, seizing by feds. 5 aviators, plane crash. All 5 died in a crash when waved off from landing on the carrier Roosevelt. All 5 had escorted Clinton during his visit to the Roosevelt several weeks earlier. VA had escorted Clinton. So apparently he was at the Roosevelt. General Robertson, Colonel Dainsburg, Colonel Kelly, Special Ops Rhodes, Deputy Commander, Chief Ops, Chiefs of Intel and Crew, Chief for V Corp, which was prominent in Bosnia Serb operations along with the carrier Roosevelt. They were associated with Clinton's visit to the Roosevelt helo crash near Walsbad, Germany. Figure out what's going on here with the Roosevelt. Stephen William, Robert Williams, Conway LeBeau, and Tom McKeenan, Waco assault, killed in assault on Davidian compound, all transferred from the Secret Service where they were Clinton's guards to BATF prior to the assault, killed by friendly fire. Jim White at skiing accident. We're going to actually have the gentleman that was working with Senator Sonny Bono on the show. He's going to be coming back and he's going to be telling us what's going on there. Skiing accident. Just we kind of missed that opportunity, and that was all my fault. So we'll have that individual back on here shortly. And for those that want to know or need to know or just have to know who he is, if you have followed some of these conspiracies, it is Bob Fletcher. He was working with Senator Bono, and he actually uncovered drug rings within the federal government and under the Clinton White House. So here we go. BATF, we got White, Vice Chair of Arkansas, Inc., and tied to Clinton and Mac McCartney, who he called just hours before his death. Paula Gerber, car accident, speech interpreter for deaf for Bill Clinton, killed in car accident with no witness, traveled extensively with Clintons from 78 till death. Paul Tully, murdered, dramatic National Committee director, found dead in hotel, dear friend of Clinton and trusted advisor. Victor Razor, chair of Mobile Telecom and subsidiary of SkyTel, a finance co-chair in Clinton's organization who soured his plane, went down in Alaska on a fishing expedition. Monty Rainier, plane crash, 5 passengers, plane crash. James Bunch, suicide. Stanley Higgins, murder. Florence Martin, murder. Sue Coleman, suicide. Danny Castillo, suicide. Kevin Cooney, George Collins, Keith McKiskey, Jeff Rhodes, Richard Winters, and Jordan Kelson, murder. Kevin Ives, Don Henry, murder. So here you go. Of the 89 deaths caused to break as follow. You had 59 that were in plane crashes, 13 murders, 10 suicides, 4 Waco assaults, and 3 accidents. Now you tell me. Makes you think, doesn't it? Makes you think. These are all the people who had affiliations with the Clintons. I can't tell you one. I had a pilot's license. I've flown. I have friends who are pilots. Ain't never had a friend die flying an airplane. I have friends who are soldiers. Soldiers. Combat soldiers. Went off, came back. And some of these guys are some pretty bad dudes. You know, these guys were in some pretty significant fights. No, they made a home, thank God. So knock on wood. I had one friend who died in Tower 1. Very close friend of mine. I had another friend who unfortunately died because of drugs or his participation in drugs. That's it. That's all I know. Now, a lot of you people say, well, the Clintons, because of who they were, and they said, you have law enforcement, you have ex-state troopers, you have military personnel, you have Secretary of Commerce, you have highly decorated military. 90 people. 90 people. And I'm telling you, you know, the DNC hack, I don't think it was the Russians. This list is actually outdated. This list is really outdated as I look at it, because there was the DNC lawyer. There was one DNC lawyer murdered. Yeah, lead attorney in anti-Clinton DNC fraud case mysteriously found dead. That just happened the other day. He's the one that filed the lawsuit. I believe, and there's been four. We talked about it last week. 4 that are around this case right here that are dead. That are now dead. I actually think, here we go. Shaw Lucas, Victor Thorne, Seth Conrad Rich, John Ash, Mike Flynn. These are here's 5. So you tell me who's got a black heart. Keep it up, Alex. Keep it up. Keep reporting the truth. Keep reporting the truth. And I know he put a posting out there because he's concerned. Because it seems like the Cyrus, when you get into the Clintons' good graces, and the minute you step outside of that inner circle, you meet your untimely demise. Now, the good news is that Alex has never been in Clinton's good graces. So maybe that's with friends like that, who needs enemies, right? But that's some scary stuff. If you'd like to give us a call, talk about it, we still have time as we roll on to this next hour, but it's 312-588-1200, 312-588-1200. Love to hear from you. It is open lines until our guest joins us at the top of the next hour at the witching hour. That's kind of appropriate. He's going to be calling in at midnight. guest that I'm talking about is the author of Confessions of Illuminati, Lyon Zagami. And I'll tell you, this guy's got street creds. This is not a guy. This is not a guy who comes up and says, yeah, I was part of no stolen valor here. Let's just put it that way. No stolen valor here. You know, you ever heard of what stolen valor is? These guys that put on uniforms and act like they're military and never served a day. Never served a day. And the ones that did serve, there are some that did serve, but they were dishonorably discharged for whatever reason. No, Leo definitely is not that guy. He comes highly recommended. And when we were putting our schedule together, I was told by Mr. Brad Olson that Leo is one of the guys that I definitely need to interview. We're going to have a great conversation here in the next 40 minutes. Can't wait. We have a lot of things in common, so it's going to be definitely an inside baseball conversation, probably. We'll talk about, but we'll talk about whatever he wants to talk about. But right now, we have open lines. If you'd like to give us a call, 312-588-1200. If you are listening to us for the first time on YouTube, we ask that you please subscribe. We won't spam you. We don't, the only thing that we promote is our shows and our guests. If you're out on Facebook, once again, make sure that you type in The Midnight Ocean, follow us, like us. And if you want to join our Midnight Listener group, love to have you. Midnight Listeners, what's the advantage of Midnight Listeners? Well, one of the things that's an advantage is it gives you the opportunity to talk to me. I do not accept friend requests from people that are not friends on Facebook. But I am on the Midnight Listeners page quite a bit, and you can actually talk to me during the day if that's worth something. If that's not good enough for you, we also do giveaways. Our giveaway for this month, for once we hit 100 Midnight Listeners, we actually have a shirt that we will be giving away. Let me see if I can bring this up. But we have a shirt, a commemorative shirt that we will be giving away. We're going to give them away to the first 100, and I know it's going to block our name and whatever, but I want you guys to see the details. We have 100 of these being made in various sizes, all the way up to 5X for us well-nourished individuals. We're going to give 10 away. We're going to have a drawing. We're going to give 10 away, and the other ones we're going to sell. We're only doing 100. So once the 100's done, it's done. It's gone. No more. You will not be able to get any more. Now, I know that there's counterfeiters out there. We have a special way that we are going to mark these shirts so that people know that they are the original shirts. I'm not going to tell you how to do it. I'm not going to tell you what we're going to do. But we're going to do something that if the counterfeits copy, it will be a felony. It will definitely be a felony. So we are going to create these shirts, 100 of them, and then we'll give them away. The next items that we are going to be doing is that we have, for those that know me, know I love Tim Hortons coffee. So the next giveaway, when we're working this out, where we're going to give you a month supply of Tim Hortons fresh roast coffee with a Tim Hortons commemorative mug and also a Midnight Ocean commemorative mug. So that is going to be the next giveaway, and that's when we reach 200. I don't know how many of those we're going to give away. It depends how much coffee we get from my good friends at Amazon. Yeah, for those that want to know how you get Tim Hortons coffee, the best place to get it is actually at Amazon, or if you're within 500 miles, drive up there and buy a bag or buy a couple bags. It's great coffee. Danish probably won't last that long, but you can buy the coffee via Amazon, and it's good stuff, man. It really is. And I don't know about you, but starting the 1st of this month coming up, September 1st, you might get it in a drone. Might have a little drone. I'm going to capture one of those drones. Yeah. Sucker come over. I'm going to capture it. I'm going to shoot a net. Capture it like a hawk. I'm gonna have the Amazon police. I wonder how I wonder what will happen if you do that to a drone. It's kind of interesting because it's not your property, but it is flying over your house and is land. I guess it's the same as capturing the UPS man. That's probably not a good thing. So we're at the bottom of the hour, which means that we're about 30 minutes closer to having our special guest, Leo Zagami, on. I can't wait. I'm all giddy with anticipation. I hope you are too. We're going to take a quick 4-minute break here. We'll come back. We'll keep the lines open. I will actually talk about our group of the night, and then that should carry us into the witching hour, and we will have author and confessed Illuminatus on Leo Zagami. You're listening to the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and Podcast. I'm your host, Jeff Norton. Join me here on the web at themidnightocean.com.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right. As I'm trying to keep you guys awake, I'm also playing, this is counterintuitive. I'm playing music that's going to put you to sleep. I'm trying to stay awake. I got my root to beer in mug number 1 as I hit the microphone. Root beer in mug number 1. High energy caffeine here. And then I got my coffee in mug number 2. That's what it takes to do this show. But in about 30 minutes, we're going to have special guest. Leo Zagami is going to be joining us. But until then, you have me. The number is 312-588-1200. Feel free to call me. It's open lines. We're going to talk about whatever you want to talk about. You only have 30 more minutes because after that, it's all going to be Leo. It's all going to be Leo. So tonight's group for the night is anti-Illuminati, anti-Mason. There you go. How appropriate. For those that don't know, what I do is I pick a Facebook group every night, every show. I talk about that group, what I like about the group, what I don't like about the group. Typically, I pick a group because I like them. One of the things I do like about this group is, they do kind of jump around. There's some alien agenda in here and stuff, but they do have some pretty good information about the New World Order. Don't see a whole lot about Masonic in nature. Most of it is New World Order, NWO. But I really like this. Pretty good site. If you're not a member of it, you got to get out there. And it's called Anti-Illuminati, Anti-Mason. They have some interesting feeds as I go down here and I'm looking. Most of the stuff is videos, which I kind of like. I like the videos. I'll read the articles, but I don't know. I like the videos. It makes, I seem to retain the information a little bit more. Here's one on here. This is one meme that they put. Did you know? Cost of world hunger, $30 billion. This is not news to anybody. The cost to end world hunger is about $30 billion. U.S. defense spending per year, $598.5 billion. Now, we give a lot of aid to a lot of countries. Let's be fair. Let's be very fair. We give a lot of aid to a lot of countries. The problem is that their leaders, their dictators, don't disperse that. Can we do more? Absolutely. The other thing, too, is I'm a firm believer. If you make friends with people, you're less likely to go to war with people. I know it's a touchy subject, because we have to defend ourselves. If we don't defend ourselves, we would be overran. Firm believer in that. I'm also a firm believer too, if it wasn't for the 3.4 million gun owners in this country, guns, there's only 3.4 million or 340 million people. But if it wasn't for the amount of guns, I think we probably would have been overran sooner. I don't think the Chinese and I don't think the Russians, for the most part, are scared of our military. I really don't. I don't think they're intimidated by it. What concerns them is the same thing that concerned us during World War II in Japan, when you invade the homeland with all of the millions of Americans with guns. That concerns our government. I once heard a military official say just the city of Chicago alone would take over 20,000 soldiers to maintain that. And then the infrastructure, you have an additional 10 or 15,000, they said. So 30, you're almost 40,000 soldiers on boots on ground to be able to, just a city the size of Chicago. So that's my take on that. That's why the Second Amendment is very important. Talk about the Second Amendment. Let's talk about the First Amendment. You know, this flack that's going around about Kaepernick. I know a lot of you guys are sitting there and you're looking at him, and one of the things you're going to learn about me is I'm fair. I'll call it as I see it. And if you don't like it, I don't care. Yeah, I'm offended by Kaepernick. The fact that he is a football player getting the full benefits of a free country. Where else in the world can you pass a football and make $113 million? I get that. For him to not stand up and honor the American flag, I am offended by it. However, he has that right to do that. He does. Absolutely. You shouldn't call him names, and you shouldn't call him, he has a legitimate complaint. In this country alone, and it doesn't matter. I know that they want to tie it up Black Lives Matter. Look, the police are killing everybody. It doesn't matter what race you are. It's wrong regardless, right? We need to retrain our police. We need to demilitarize them. We need to teach them that they're there to help, to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. The other part of it, though, is that there's another side to that. We need to respect them. And we seem to have lost respect for authority. You have kids that have no respect for their parents whatsoever. They have no respect for their authority, if they even knew who their parents were. Sad. But, Kaepernick has every right to protest. It's free speech. You have every right to buy his merchandise or to burn it. Do whatever you want. He is executing his fundamental right of free speech, and you should applaud him for that. That's what free speech is. When you live in a free country, we need to protect those that we disagree with more than ourselves. That's when you know you have a free country, free speech. Now, this is something that's really going to blow your mind. So you guys out there that are making the racist comments, and I've seen them on the web, talking about he's Muslim, talking about, he's black, talking about whatever, whatever. Do you know who started this whole thing? This whole protest thing? And the reason why Kaepernick did it at the Green Bay Packers game? Do you know who made the statement that maybe professional athletes need to stand up and voice their opinions more so they can be heard? Want to guess? America's darling, Aaron Rodgers. So if you're going to sit there and you're going to criticize Kaepernick and you're going to crucify him and demonize him for doing what he has the right to do, if you agree with it or disagree with it, he has the right to protest. He is executing his First Amendment rights, free speech. Just like you want to execute your second, third, fourth Amendment rights. That's all he's doing. So you have to respect that. Doesn't necessarily mean you agree with it. Like a lot of people don't agree with your Second Amendment rights. But you can't pick and choose. Can't cherry pick here. But as you're criticizing Kaepernick and you're saying things and you're calling them names, remember who started the whole argument in this one. It was Aaron Rodgers. I am almost positive that there's a reason. Aaron Rodgers said it a week before that pro athletes they have an obligation and they need to start using their platform to speak out about injustice. Aaron Rodgers, the golden boy. And I find it ironic that they did it during the Green Bay Packer game. And I know Kaepernick looks up to Aaron. There's a history there. So before you start, like I said, criticizing him, and learn the whole story. Don't just take what you hear and regurgitate it. Understand. Because when it's told that way, and you hear that, the golden boy, Aaron Rodgers, oh, don't be picking on my Packers. I can already hear it. I'm a Packer fan, by the way. And Aaron Rodgers is absolutely correct. These highly paid athletes need to get off their butts and start participating in society. Just like the actors don't have a problem doing it. It's all about participation. As we wind down to the midnight hour here at the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and podcast. Make sure you get out to join the Midnight Listeners. Make sure you follow us on Twitter. That helps us out tremendously. For those who are listening after hours, downloading, I appreciate it. Thank you. And yeah, we get a fair amount of downloads every day. It's almost 4-1. Those that listen versus those that down. The number is a lot bigger. And we appreciate that. Take that on the go with you. We definitely appreciate you guys downloading our shows. But more importantly, it would help us tremendously. Tell your friends about us. The other thing is we talk about participation. It is all about participation. Give us suggestions. If there is a guest that you think would be great for the show, let us know. We'll go get them. We'll get them. I have my ways. The only thing we don't do is we don't pay for guests. I refuse to pay for a guest. I actually had a guest tell me that I had to pay them. I had two very well-known individuals who are, one stuck in an embassy in London and the other one stuck in Russia. That gives you any idea who they are. Yeah, they have to get paid. I understand that they have bills to pay, but so do I. And I will not pay for a guest. I just will not do it. I refuse. I believe it taints your credibility when you ask for money. That's one thing too you're going to notice about the show. We don't ask for money. We don't. Not going to do that. The way we look at it is that if we put together a good quality show for you, we will build our listeners. We will entice radio stations, which it looks like we've enticed a major one. Keep your fingers crossed for us. Pray for us as we have that conversation maybe tomorrow. But I got the email today from a major network who wants to talk. Who wants to talk to us. So that's good news. Keep your fingers crossed. Pray for us. Maybe it'll work out. I will promise you, though, that we will not change the format. As Brad Olson, we had Brad on the show a week ago. For you guys that don't know, Brad is very familiar with his business. A lot of the TV shows that you see, Ancient History, Ancient Aliens and stuff, Brad is one of the expert guys. He has been on numerous shows. And he even said that if you go into a lot of these radio shows like ours, there's a little red phone and it's hooked right up to the network. And if you start talking about something that they don't want you to talk about, they tell you to stop. If you don't believe me, go back and listen to Brad Olson. Links on our website, themidnightocean.com. Don't take my word for it because I don't have a red phone. I have a gray phone, but I don't have a red phone sitting on my desk. But if you, I promise you, no matter where we go with this, we will always keep the content. This is my show. I ain't changing it. If you don't like it, I'm sorry. I mean, even the advertising. I don't know if you guys noticed, we take 4-minute break at the bottom and 4-minute break at the top of the hour. The reason why we do that is because we want to give our guests the maximum amount of time that they can talk. I've had syndicators tell me that they will refeed us on some pretty nice podcast networks. These are networks that have existing podcasters, but they have a different advertising format because they can't talk as long as I can. They can't sustain a 4-hour show just talking to you. It's a talent on loan from God. He can't quote. He can't claim that statement for those that listen to Rush. But it is. They were asking us to break it up in the quad segments. So every 15 minutes, and you have 2 minutes of advertising, which only gives you, by the time you add it up, it comes out to each segment's only 8 minutes long. Nah, want to break that up. It's too important. We want our listeners, we want our guests to have enough time to explain themselves, explain their positions. Talking about explaining your position, man, last Friday's show was incredible. That made my head hurt. I don't know about you guys, but with Wall Thornhill, that was an incredible show. Talking about the electric universe. Made a lot of sense to me, though. It really, really did. Because I've always been this person, the Big Bang Theory, how can you make a universe out of nothing, basically? And he answered it, but he didn't answer it with the Big Bang. You have to listen to that show as well. And we have links to that show on our page at the Midnight Ocean. Last week was a pretty good, we had a pretty good set of guests. This week is going to be pretty impressive too. I think I can name some. So obviously tonight we have Leo Zagami. Tomorrow we have Linda Zimmerman. It's going to be a good show. And then we have Manu Inarami. Now, you guys, Star Trek actor. That's right. From Star Trek. He's going to be joining us. We're going to be talking about some pretty interesting topics. We're going to be talking about occultism in Hollywood. That's going to be part of it. Then obviously we're going to talk about UFOs and some of the experiences he's had. Probably talk about some of the Star Trek experience that he's had for all you Trekkies out there. But more importantly, we're going to spend most of the time talking about the occultism in Hollywood. He definitely has, and the pedophilia that goes on in Hollywood. Then we're going to have Sasha Longnet and then Gerald Artisan. Gerald is actually going to be joining us. That's going to be a recorded one. I'm going to have to do that one because it's a time zone issue. He is on the other side of the earth and won't be able to do a live show. And so that will be a recorded show that we're going to be playing back. So we have a pretty full set of guests. And then next week, I think I'm looking at the calendar. We're filling them in as we speak. I have a couple more commitments that we'll get into the calendar. And that's actually cool that we added a new feature to our website. If you go out to the Midnight Ocean and on the right-hand side on the calendar, you'll see upcoming guests, along with a lot of other things. So we are filling those in. We should have the month of September pretty much filled by the end of this week, if not the end of next week. And we'll be in the month of October. And I haven't even gotten to list number 3 of guests. So we've worked off list number 1 and 2. List number 3 actually has about 400 or 500 names on it. So it's amazing. It's amazing. And of course, we're going to be bringing back some of our old guests. We're going to have Ed Roman's going to be joining us. We will be asking some of our guests, especially as we get closer to the election, to join us, to give us some insight and some information. We are also, it's my understanding, I know that my good friend Eric is going to be bringing on, or is going to be asking a few other well-known New World Order podcasters and commentators and radio personalities to join the show. So that's going to be interesting, especially the month of November. We're going to be, I know it's going to be pretty political, but not your typical political show. Not so much of the ranting and the raving. We're not into that here at the Midnight Ocean. So I just want to take care of that house cleaning because I want to make sure that we have 2 hours to talk to our guest here when he comes on. And like I said, 2, we got approval. We are going to be on Apple, and we also are going to be on Spotify, which is a huge honor considering that Spotify does not allow just any podcast to join them. So I can hear the music queuing up, and I hate this song. Let me just tell you right now.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
Let me just put a kibosh on that stuff. So yes, so we got Spotify is going to be, we're going to be going on Spotify here in the next day or so, which, like I said, is a big honor because Spotify does not do podcasts normally. They're only allowing a select few, and we have been told that we are part of that select few. So hats off for that one and everything. So we are 4 minutes away from having our very special guest on, Leo Zagami. Please stay tuned. Let your friends wake up, set your alarms or whatever. Wake up, unsnooze them, get your cup of coffee, because this is going to be quite a ride. And we're going to take this break, and when we get back, Leo will be joining us. You're listening to the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and podcast. I'm your host, Jeff Norton. Join us on the web at www.themidnightocean.com or right here every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I don't know what happened there on the fade. It's amazing. It's live radio, and the computer just decided that it was no longer going to work, which is fine. Because what that means is that we'll just kind of talk through the night without our interruptions from the advertising people. So without further ado, I want to introduce to you, our listeners, our guest tonight, which is Leo Zagami, writer and researcher. He is the son of Dr. Elio Zagami, known Jungian an analyst, writer, and co-founder of the GAPA independent group and Analytical Psychology, of which he was president. His grandfather was Senator Leopoldo Zagami, a Sicilian politician who was also known historian and author who married into the aristocratic family of Marquis de Gregorio. Leo's mother is Jessica Lyon Young, member of the family Queen Mother of England. Her father, Henry Lyon Young, was also a writer. Felicity Mason, mother, Leo's maternal grandmother, helped Leo in developing his talent since the young age. Felicity, we can just go on, but one of the things I have learned, especially when you have a guest such as this, they can always tell their story better than I can. Leo, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me on. Hello, Jeff.
Good morning. Good morning. How do you say good morning in Italian?
Buongiorno.
Buongiorno.
Is classic.
Classic. Yeah, I have a hard enough time with English, as you probably just heard as I was doing the intro. I normally don't do intros into the wee hours in the morning. It's usually very first at the show. But I do appreciate you taking time and getting up. I know it's very early for you there in Rome and joining our guests. So, where do we start, my friend, brother? And I can call you brother, correct?
Sure. When you're a Mason, once a Mason, always a Mason.
Once a Mason, always. See, that's the thing. And believe it or not, a lot of the listeners don't know this, but listeners, I am a 32nd degree Mason. But in the States, if you don't pay your dues, you're no longer a Mason.
Well, that's very sad to know. It seems a very superficial way of approaching the craft.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I can't tell you how many times when I travel, because I have traveled abroad and I've gone to different lodges and just had the opportunity to meet fellow brothers, and they're godsmacked, I guess is the word. And it's, we had here in the States, for those, like I said, let me kind of back up, give everybody backstory. I was raised in Oriental 33 in Chicago, Illinois, and in a Scottish Rite Mason. And that's where I got my 32nd degree. And
did you ever have any offices in the lodge?
I didn't. No, I did. Well, I did not. And let me tell you, I spent my time in the Order of Sion, which is a different. I spent my time teaching, and which was really weird. I didn't hold any offices in my lodge, but I would go and travel to other lodges, do the teaching, and then. The other thing is I would fill in during ceremony, during the different aspects. If they were short, if they didn't have enough.
Sure, if you didn't have an officer, you drop in as a senior warden or junior warden or something else.
Yeah.
I guess it's always handy to have an officer at least that knows his ritual. Was the ritual the topic you mostly went around the teaching, or was it the more historic content of the craft?
It was more of the teaching. Yeah.
The more historic, let's say.
Yeah. So,
okay.
I thoroughly enjoyed that part of it because, like I said, it gave me the opportunity to travel all over, and especially here in the States. The Masonic lodges are kind of falling on their heels in the sense that the membership is down, and they're just not doing an active. They're just not as active as they should be, and there's a huge misunderstanding as well, and so it's.
Yeah, well, I mean, we know the state of the graft in the United States is not that great because I guess, like in most of the Western world, a lot of mistakes have been made in promoting the craft in the right way, in also recruiting people in the right way, which is very important to get the people to understand really what they're getting into before they're getting into, to have a proper raising up the ladder. And at the same time, the conspiracy theories are right in pinpointing certain aspects, though they always, of course, go a bit on the Leo-taxil mode and lose their credibility. But when they talk about Freemasonry as a lobby, or at least at certain levels as a lobby, that's true. And also, Freemasonry has been highly infiltrated, like I show in my books, Confessions 1 and 2. Especially in the US, by occult organizations that have nothing to do with Freemasonry, like the Ordo Templi Orientis or other organizations. And basically this infiltration by groups, especially the Crowellian groups, groups that refer to the occultist Aleister Crowley, pollute with their black magic, with their occult practices, the more Christian approach of Freemasonry. You see, I have a more traditional approach to Freemasonry. I'm a pre-1813 Freemason. I'm a Christian Freemason. I believe in the US you have the York Rite that represents Christian Freemasonry, but I think that they don't really fully represent it, neither they are capable of doing so. I'm a traditionalist, close to the rectified Scottish Rite, which is a Christian rite, but mostly I represent the strict Templar observance, which was, as you know, the oldest Masonic rite in existence. At least now we have reawakened it in some parts of the world. The Scottish rite, of course, comes in later on after the chapter of Clermont, after certain key, let's say, workings by the Freemasons of that time that were, of course, interested in creating the perfect mystery school. So I would like to know what kind of preparation you used to do to your lodges. I mean, was it focused on what side of the craft?
To be honest with you, how do I say it? Okay. I appreciate everything that Masonry has brought to my life. And it's like anything else, is that it's what you make of it. The letdown for me was it was more of a, how do I say it? I expected to learn and to have philosophical conversations.
Well, instead, in the end, it became more like an exclusive club at certain levels.
You know what it was? It was a place where guys can go smoke cigars without their wives yelling at them. I mean, let's just be blunt.
That's true. But also, as you pinpointed to me in private, you had a problem with somebody who was rather high up, and that, as many people in the 33-degree Supreme Councils, they get then very close to the Vatican, because many people that are listening don't know that. But as you know it very well, as being somebody from the Scottish Rite, which is a rite I know quite well, you have a lot of teachings and knowledge that is given to you in the upper degrees about knighthoods. So the temptation for many high degrees is to actually join those knighthoods for real. We don't have that problem, because in the strict Templar observance, in the rites I preside, we actually have real working and operative contact with those order of knighthoods and with those churches eventually that are working with them. Of course, I'm more inclined to work with the Orthodox Church because I think the Catholic Church is pretty corrupt, and that corruption, of course, filters also within Freemasonry when some of these people join the Order of the Holy Sepulchre or the Knights of Malta of the SMOM. I am myself a Knight of Malta, but of the Orthodox tradition. Sometimes we collaborate between different knighthoods. I mean, there is not always a very, like defined line between black and white. There is some gray areas. But what the people have not understood in the past about me was either my level of credibility, because they maybe thought I made things up, which is of course not true, and I have been able to demonstrate that with documents, photos, but also with my work. I mean, currently I preside over a Masonic jurisdiction in Italy, which means a lot of responsibility, as you can imagine, as a brother, because when you preside over different lodges, you have, and you have, of course, a Grand Lodge you preside on. It's a lot of work to keep those lodges, especially here in Italy, free of any mafia infiltration or connections with irregular lodges or lodges that are even regular. But unfortunately, these days, at least here in Italy, the regularity of the lodges doesn't really guarantee you the regularity of the membership. I mean, because sometimes they really don't behave in the way they should. Freemasonry teaches a lot of things, but unfortunately, after 1813, and with the Albert Pike's reformation of the Scottish Rite, we enter in a territory which is basically the territory of the universality of Freemasonry, open to all the major religions, to every religion really that believes in the great architect. What does that mean? Means that in the course of time, the Christian nature of Freemasonry, which was very important because it was connected to those knighthoods in a real way and has a real tradition, it got lost. I mean, that's why I preside over a much more conservative way of doing Freemasonry, which is involved with the aristocracy at a very high level. But I'm also fighting a war. Everybody knows about my war against the corruption within Freemasonry. And I found it very difficult these days to also work with the United Grand Lodge of England or associated lodges worldwide, because I think that next year, when, as you know, they will celebrate the 300 years anniversary, they are not really demonstrating much maturity in the way they are doing things, but especially having been myself a member of the United Lodge of England, and also I worked very much emulation and that side of things, apart from being, and I had different experiences. I mean, I repeated actually my initiations 2 times to have the first 3 degrees done in both ways, both emulation and Scottish Rite, so I could have a full perspective. And plus all the work I did in the Egyptian rites and so on have taught me that there is a lot to learn from Freemasonry, but often the offices, the high-level offices, are not really in the hands of people that deserve them or are honest with their brothers about their mission. And it's a bit this gray area of the mission of Freemasonry, where it's really leading us to. In the old times, of course, there was a war with the church because of the Templar degrees from the 30th onwards. You would understand better that this was a war also constituted by the fact that the church had eliminated the Templar order, had facilitated for years the persecution of the brightest minds in favor of a more dogmatic society. And Freemasonry was something that also defended a true form of Christianity, respect to the one that is protected by the church. Now that instead we are seeing basically the Freemasonry of the liberal tradition, the Freemasonry that really it's the one that worldwide is ruling the show, which is a more liberal form of Freemasonry, not connected to Christianity, that wants to preach basically a one-world religion in the end, because that's where we're really going towards. So unfortunately, the corruption of the Scottish Rite led to the birth of the New Age. As you know, New Age was the name even of the Southern Jurisdiction publication of the Scottish Rite. So this New Age, what does it mean for us? This New Age was also promoted secretly by the Jesuits. In one, let's say, thought I can put all together in a moment, which is 1958, in which the Catholic Church has his first Masonic Pope, which was Pope Roncalli, Pope John XXIII, and then at that point we have Pope Montini. He also was a Freemason. Now, what does it mean, Freemasons as popes? Well, it means that at that point, with the Second Vatican Council, they gradually destroyed their own faith, Catholic faith, to open up to this universal concept, which is now really fully embedded in the figure of Pope Francis. And so the Jesuits now really go hand in hand in many jurisdictions with the Supreme Councils of the Scottish Rite, as they have, as you know, also some say within the roots of the Scottish Rite, because they have helped elaborating some of the earliest degrees. And so for that, there's been various studies about that.
Well, I mean, and that was one thing that kind of caught me off guard, is because when I was at the Scottish Rite, and so, you know, one of my functions is I was a librarian, so it was my job to maintain. We had a relationship with Newberry Library, which is one of the most, I want to say, outside of Washington D.C. in the National Archives. We actually had one of the largest archives research libraries of American history, and we would lend books back and forth, because we actually had what they call the Harper's Valley, which was the full story of the American Civil War. And so we would share a lot of books, and my job was to maintain the library, our internal. And the other thing too is that it was kind of bizarre for me, because I was actually raised Catholic, but I was told that if you can't be a Catholic and be a Mason. But yet when I was there at the library, I was working with a lot of Jesuits who were coming in and using the library, you know, doing research. And these were Catholic Jesuit priests that were coming in and having access, or being given access to our life. And we had, like I said, we had medieval.
Which jurisdiction were you? Which Orient?
I was raised. I'm gonna get in trouble for saying it, but I was Oriental 33, and I was a Scottish Rite in Chicago.
Okay. So which lodge? Number 33.
Number 33. Yep, Oriental.
In the jurisdiction of Chicago. I mean, Chicago Grand Lodge.
Yep. Well, it was Illinois Grand Lodge.
Illinois Grand Lodge. Okay.
Yep.
So basically, you were raised there in this lodge, and then after the first 3 degrees, you joined the Rite. How long did it take you to join the Rite?
Well, that was the other thing too. Is that they had because the membership was so low, they had a fast track program. So if you were sponsored, and the gentleman that was sponsored me actually was the gentleman that I had a conflict with, and so I was sponsored. I actually went through all the degrees. We spent 2 days going through all of the degrees in 2 days.
Jeez, man, that's a bit fast.
It was very fast because
of course I shouldn't be talking about it, because the first time I received myself a 33 degree, it was on the sword, and it was by a sovereign grand commander who was basically very old, and he decided to do this. But later on, he himself suggested that I should regularize my position and be reinitiated in the first 3 degrees, which is something I did actually even 2 times, as I told you earlier, because I really wanted to experience both the emulation way of doing the first 3 degrees, which is completely different, as you know, from the Scottish Rite one. The Scottish Rite one has a lot, let's say, more alchemical elements to do with the 4 elements. So you go through the degree in a different way. In the emulation is a more theistic approach. It's a more it's an approach that actually is more favored by a lot of priests for that reason. But as you can see, there is this Jesuit influence. The Jesuits have always been the esoteric scientists and esoteric teachers of the Vatican, since their creation by Ignazio Loyola, who was himself a magician, an occultist. So we find, though, I find very interesting your story of how fast these days, how desperate they must be to get somebody to in 2 days to arrive to that level. I mean, but at the same time, arriving to that level in a very short time, it's a good way and it's a bad way, because I have recently had a friend of mine who is a very high level in the knighthoods. So he basically is a grandmaster in the knighthoods. So he was granted a fast track in Freemasonry, and he went to Romania, and in 1 day he was initiated in the first 3 degrees, and then raised up through the right. He actually, I think, did only the first degree in a regular way, I mean the actual initiation in the regular way. Then the other thing were a bit more nominal and instructed. This doesn't work like this in my lodges. In my lodges, I tend to even get the worshipful masters and my officers to stay in the lodge until 4 o'clock in the morning to do every single candidate, degree after degree, wait for a number of months for their preparation, and make sure that they are ready for each passage. As you know, an entered apprentice is an initiate, but then after, when you go into a fellow craft, you do the passing, and then you have the raising. I mean, this for us in the strict temple of servants, which respects a Christian tradition in Freemasonry, does everything in a way, I think, more traditional, that respects also the fact that these people who enter the craft, you are giving them a possibility and a privilege to actually enjoying this fraternity. So sometimes I can say that maybe in my obedience, and I have, though we have the secret recognition of some regular Masonic bodies, but they don't ever want to give us an official recognition. I have instead the official recognition of a lot of irregular Masonic bodies, but of course of high level. I think that a lot of people, even from, I can say this, even from the American Supreme Council of the Southern Jurisdiction, which is in Washington, they admire my work for the traditional approach that I have. I mean, I actually initiate people in churches. The initiation and the actual, it's done in old churches that were used by the Stuart family. The Stuart family, which, as you know, is linked to the Scottish Rite, also, and to all what is known as Scottish rites, or let's say Scottish ways of, because, as you know, the history is linked with the Stuart family, Bonnie Prince Charles, the war against the Hanoverians. This is very important also for the strict temple of servants, at least for the first phase of it. Now, of course, things have changed, because the Hanoverians, after won their war, so their mission, let's say the Hanoverian-Stuart conflict ended up definitely at the birth of this ancient and accepted Scottish Rite. But I must say that the way that we do things, I mean, I have brothers coming all the way from New York to actually work in our lodges. And this is a very, I mean, I had people coming from the last few months from France, from England, even from the United Lodge of England in secret. Some of the worshipful masters come to my lodges and visit. I permit in the strict temple of servants double membership. So I don't, like they do also in France, since we restarted the strict temple of servants a group of brothers from the rectified Scottish Rite in the middle of the 90s started to reawake this rite. We have done it in different ways. I do it in a more traditional way because I don't do mixed lodges with women. I am regular in the way I work. Others have chosen a different path. So we, of course, recognize only the regular ones. So for us, regularity is a different concept that the mainstream Freemasonry has made of. Like you say, you pay your dues, then you are regularly in an institution. You don't pay them, you're not considered anymore a Freemason. That's already a joke.
Yeah, and you can't. And the problem is. So I mean, so you know my history. Well, we've already talked about it, but so people out there know my history is that the Scottish Rite that we were at in downtown Chicago was actually a church that they purchased. It was a beautiful church, and there was some land development that
because often it happens that the Rite, the actual Scottish Rite, as well as the strict. That's what I'm bringing in. I mean, there is a link with the church and with Christianity on the upper levels. And it's quite incredible, though, that you didn't have the time maybe to assimilate first the blue degrees before going into the Rite. Because you see, I think that the blue degrees should always be considered universal. Of course, then I understood, since I restarted the strict temple observance, that in reality, to limit them to Christians, it might be in this moment of time in which we as the West are losing our identity, the right thing to do. Because we are losing really our identity. Here in Europe, we have a Muslim invasion constantly, every single day, thousands of people arriving on the borders. Christian Freemasonry becomes this way, the way we want to protect our own heritage. And I think that in America this could have been done if people were a little bit more. I mean, when I went around America in lodges and Supreme Councils and checked out a bit the scenario, I think there was the willingness for also U.S. Grand Commanders and Grand Masters to understand a little bit better what was happening in Europe. Because you see, the craft is originating here, so it's here that really you play the ultimate game, not in America when it comes to the actual tradition. Of course, America has a great Scottish Rite tradition because that's also the Rite that implemented the whole construction and I think crafted really more than any other the United States. And of course, you have also the York Rite. And the York Rite, within the York Rite, has also created this elite that for a period of time abused, in a way, their knowledge and restricted to an elitist group the knowledge of Christian Freemasonry and had this rectified Scottish Rite priory basically only for a limited number. So then it created a conflict also this, as you know, a few years back there was a conflict and now generated two lineages of the rectified Scottish Rite that are practiced within the United States. One within the York Rite and one outside of.
Well, see, that was the thing is my mentor was actually, he was adamantly against me going the York Rite. He was like, no, you are going to stay Scottish. And that's, and there's reason.
You see that's wrong because I think I have a more eclectic approach. I think that after the first 3 degrees, you should really wander around and see what is the Rite that fits you most. But also, if you are in the position like you, for example, of being a librarian or an archivist or somebody in a way that has an administrative position in the craft, to be linked only to one Rite means that Rite is monopolizing your life. It's a sect basically, and it's has the right to decide over everything you do in the craft. And so I think that sometimes the English approach of dividing totally the Rite from the order, in a way, it's more functional because it creates less of these problems like you have. It seems here you have like. Either you do like me and you say, okay, you can have a double membership. So then people, of course, know the rules in my order and know that they can only join if they're Christian and only and we have of course mutual recognition with bodies that are part of this Christian network. Either you then decide to join maybe more rites, but I mean, I give the possibility for people, if they are, for example, interested in joining a Memphis and Mizraim lodge, they can join it. If they're interested in joining a Scottish Rite Lodge, they can join it. I don't care. I care, though, they do the kind of work in my lodges in a specific way. I don't care. I think it's actually a bonus. As I also sent you in the bio, I preside over an order called the Ordo Illuminatorum Universalis, which is, of course, an order which practices also part of, but only part of the degrees of Adam Weishaupt. The Minerval Assembly especially has eliminated certain parts which I didn't like. They were too Jesuitic. Basically, I kind of took most of the Jesuitic approach of the Illuminati away, but preserved the good part. In my order, I encouraged the study of all the rites, but also it was thanks to brothers that are high-level Masons of the various rites that then we reawaken the strict Templar observance. So, you know, it's like, it's good to have actually, because each one brings their own knowledge into the fold. So, you know, I had people, for example, 95 from Memphis and Mizraim who comes in and brings his own experience. I have a 33 degree from, brings his own experience. Somebody from the York Rite also brings his own experience maybe. And this is good. Somebody from emulation can bring their own experience. I'm very much into sharing. And I think that before the convent of Wilhelmsbad, that, as you know, was a very important Masonic conference and convent and group of people that came together for the last time in 1782. But there was a lot of conferences and convents in that period that really forged the way Freemasonry later became. They were exchanging knowledge between rites and also exchanging degrees. This is the way actually you view it when you are at the upper level. It's an interesting thing. Of course, the way you are describing me your experience, it seems it's more like an exclusivity here. It's like I work at Coca-Cola and I only do Coca-Cola. I work at McDonald's, you understand?
Yeah.
You work only at that factory or that group or that, I don't know, I work at CNN and I'm only a Democrat and I only do that, and it has to be. Now, another thing that I noticed, unfortunately, is that a lot of Supreme Councils in the US, and this is something that I'm going to be talking about in Volume 3 of my Confessions, which is coming out next year, have been also infiltrated by Democrats who push for an Islamic agenda.
Yep.
And this is scandalous, man. I mean, it's just
well, and that was the thing, is that, you know, luckily, all right. So I had a mentor. I crossed that mentor. When I crossed him, when I basically, yeah, I'm not going to discuss lodge business, but when you know, we had a falling out. Sure. And, you know, and this is after about a year, whatever. And I met another individual who brought me into the Order of Sion, which the Order of Sion here is not the same as it is in Europe. The Order of Sion here, the Pyre of Sion, which is the whole, you know, Dan Brown book. That
okay, here we have when it comes down to the Priory of Sion, different priories that come from two different lineages mainly. There is the Plantard Sinclair lineage, and then there is also the Marquis de Cheré lineage, which is considered more exclusive.
Yeah. See, ours, I think they just gave the title. I mean, what we did is it kind of, for me. And
then you have actually an Order of Zion here in Italy, which is completely not affiliated with the Priory. It's something different.
Okay.
So it's interesting you're talking about this Order of Zion. Who was your grandmaster? Where?
Well, I don't know if I want to. We can, but yeah, I don't want to give a name. I don't, you know, because I don't want to. Ruffle.
But they are Freemasons, or they're not Freemasons?
These are Freemasons. I mean, great guy. I mean, I haven't spoken to him in a couple of years, but he brought me, you know, he's the one that brought me inside and said, look, he said, if you really want to know what Freemasonry is about, he says, you know, go teach. He
So
said,
they used to recruit from Master Masons into the Order of Zion.
Yeah. And so what I did is that I sent with him, and we traveled to lodges, and we did, you know, my job, as I said earlier, was to teach the ritual, and then the allegory part of it, and the ritual, and then also to fill in when they needed, you know, when they didn't have a full lodge. So what we would do is we would go in and fill in so that we can bring in new members. And then because of my relationship with that grand, you know, there's a lot of inner conflict, as you know, which you should never have in a lodge, but there was a lot of inner conflict there. And it just got to the point where I said, forget, I'm just.
You got into the inner conflict because you joined the side order, and the Scottish Rite was jealous of it.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. And so at that point,
well, I mean, this is it's pretty normal in a way. It happens at times. Is of course deplorable that it must happen because, as I said, I'm for more the better. More Masonic knowledge, the better. I encourage people to take degrees, side degrees, all the degrees they want, because I think that it doesn't really change the way. Then the respect that he has for me, or if he has more degrees, actually the better, because then he can maybe teach in a lodge some of that knowledge, or he can actually bring that experience, and I think that is very, very nice. I mean, I have, for example, Masons from the Scottish Rite in my lodge. A lot of the Masons that I have in my lodge previously were Scottish Rite, and they have a very nice, one of my worshipful masters is also used to be a worshipful master in Scottish Rite Lodge in one of the main obediences here in Italy. But what he does then in my lodge and in my tradition, which is completely different, because I teach different things that actually enrich. I actually bring more knowledge of the Scottish Rite sometimes to my brothers than even the ones that are in the Scottish Rite. Understand? When it comes down to certain to study certain things, I like to have my brothers get to have more and more knowledge, because then you know, the more knowledge you have, the more you are constituting a lodge of people that can then bring themselves knowledge outwards. My intention was with the Ordo Illuminatorum Universalis, my own order, originally to preserve mostly the knowledge that was taught to me and transmitted, and also protect my person after I came out of the Monte Carlo Lodge. Then during the course of the years, in the last 10 years, I discovered that there was a lot of other Masons and a lot of other people that want to join my war. And I tell you, my war has not been easy, even for Freemasons involved with me, because you can imagine, you have viewed yourself the level of retaliation, you know, if you go against this kind of people.
Well, even to this day, I mean, I'll tell you, that's why I don't discuss it, because I mean, there's been statements made, there's been innuendo and threats, and not, I don't want to say threats. I mean, I think that's a little, but there's been, it's kind of like, keep your mouth shut. You know, you're done, and keep your mouth. I mean, I actually went to the Grand Lodge of Illinois, and I said, look, I want to get reinstated. I had and this is the issue. One of the issues that I had is I actually had a secondary lodge where I joined as a secondary, got voted, and everything was fine. And then what happened is the Grand Lodge.
I mean, in America, you can join more than a lodge.
Yeah, exactly. You can have secondaries. Well, the Grand Lodge shut that lodge down. And so then when they shut that lodge down, just because of lack of participation, they didn't have enough members. So then they were like, well, you're Oriental 33. So then I went back to Oriental 33, and the Grand Lodge said, we're going to have a special disposition. Whereas if you agree, this is how political it got. Jeff, if you agree that you're going to pay the dues going forward. They had, the Grand Lodge of Illinois put this thing out, said, if you agree that you're going to pay your dues going forward, then you can be reinstated. And my thing is, I'm like you, I'm a Mason. I'll always be a Mason, and you can't take that away from me because, that's just the way it is. But I said, okay. So I actually spoke to the most worshipful Graham and he was like, yeah, we're going to do this for the whole state because we're losing people because of this thing called dues, and we just got to get it right. So they were doing the right thing. Well, I went back to my lodge.
I mean, the dues have to be honest and have to be measured in relation to the expenses that one has. I mean, if of course you have some expenses for keeping up a lodge, those expenses need to be shared amongst the brothers. When it comes down to dues that cover other expenses, unfortunately in Italy the dues are very high in some of the lodges, which is unacceptable because the Grand Masters take most of those dues and keep them in their pocket. Which is totally scandalous. I mean, you have to understand that in the Grand Orient of Italy, which is actually the one recognized by the Grand Lodge of the state of Illinois, which you were part of, the Grand Master takes a salary of nearly $300,000 a year.
See that? That's. I mean, ours is voluntary. I don't think they take a salary. I think it's all voluntary. Well, I know it is. I don't. Like I said, I wasn't in part of the inner workings there. So, but like I said, and my rub is that I went back to the lodge, and the lodge that I joined, they moved, and this is exactly to your point. They moved. They destroyed the Scottish Rite building. They turned it into a parking lot, which I thought was a travesty to begin with. They moved to another lodge, but yet their dues were. And I said, "Well, this is not fair." And so at that point, I just said, "Look, I'm just gonna step away." But then it was funny because the Lodge 33 came back and said, even though the Grand Lodge of Illinois has this disposition that will allow you to rejoin, it's not that I got blackballed. That's not it. They said, we're not going to honor that. You have to pay the full 5 years that you were gone. You have to pay that back to us. The full 5 years. And then
that you were gone, basically that you were inactive?
I wasn't. It was funny. I wasn't inactive. I wasn't active in that lodge. I was active in another lodge.
And they didn't consider that as being. And so why did they want the money from when you were if you were a member of another lodge?
Exactly. Because they said in order to come back to 33, I had to come back because I joined another lodge as my secondary lodge, and then. Like I said, that lodge shut down. It was shut down by the state or by the Grand Lodge because it just didn't have enough. We just didn't have enough members. We were trying to build it, and we just couldn't do it. Okay. So then I went. Then they said, well, you have to go back to 33. So I went back to 33, which is the lodge I was raised in. I went back to 33. 33 said, you have not participated in this lodge in 5 years. And you need to now pay back the dues. Now, my friend my brother, who got me into the Order of Sion, said, well, you can go to the state and petition that and say, look, and he was going to stand up and say, this is not. And what it basically came down to is there was still the grudge of, number one, me taking on the other order, which is kind of out of step of what they wanted. Well,
okay, but Order of Sion is in no way recognized by the craft. So of course they were actually recruiting only Master Masons. So they were also recruiting from outside Freemasons.
No, only Master Masons. Okay. You had to be a Master Mason.
But not being recognized, they were, of course, recruiting from a society which didn't have, let's say, an institutional agreement with them.
Exactly.
So this is, this is, of course, is understanding. The thing is that usually what happens is, in this case, is either you do like the United Lodge of England and you list a number of societies that you cannot join.
Yeah.
like for example, if you are a member of the United Grand Lodge of England, you can't join the AMORC, which is that big Rosicrucian organization.
Yeah.
If you are United Grand Lodge of England, you can't have anything to do with the Eastern Star. There is certain things that the United Grand Lodge of England has a list, and so you don't get it wrong. I think that maybe it would be more honest for the Grand Lodge of Illinois to actually issue a warning saying you are not in compliance with the rules and regulations if you go and work with the Order of Zion. Of course, I don't think that is necessary, because I think that actually it would not even be their own business.
But you know what? But you know what was funny is that the Order of Zion. I know the grand. I mean, we would go and do. There was many times where we would actually go. And the most
and teach in Masonic
lodges,
so we're actually using Masonic structure.
Yeah, we were raising Masons. That was our job, was to go to these lodges and raise Masons. I mean, so it wasn't like
raise Masons. In that case, you were raising them under the jurisdiction of the Grand Lodge of Illinois.
The Grand Lodge of Illinois, yeah. Where, let me tell you where the rub was. Is the end of my mentor. The guy who brought me in, who taught me everything, and maybe it was out of, he felt it was out of disrespect. I went against him, and I just flat out tell you, I said, I want to do this. I want, I want to participate.
I guess that, of course, being your mentor, he felt like he had some kind of exclusivity towards. The problem is this: you had been, of course, initiated. Huh?
He had my he felt that because he was my mentor, of course, I would do what he wanted me to do. And let me.
But you have to understand one thing, and just to be specific and honest also towards, the listeners, that they can understand better the context.
Yeah.
Your mentor, in a way, had gone out of his way to rise you in such a fast pace through the degrees and give you that kind of position.
Correct.
So, of course, when something like that happens, you tend to have a particular observance to his instructions. Yes. Of course, that doesn't mean that one doesn't want to go and learn or teach or become part of other structures. But of course, this happens often when people are not very secure of themselves, like your mentor, and so he cared too much about you doing other things, which I think is a bit ridiculous. But I think that the most important thing is to understand that the craft is mostly not to do with these administrative bureaucracies and acceptance or regularities, or this is all part of the more materialistic side of the craft. One other thing that is really a scandal, I think, is this lodge, Orient 33 in Chicago, asking you for 5 years of dues when you were not their member, but at the same time you were a member of another lodge under their jurisdiction. I think that is completely inappropriate, and I don't think it will even fit within the rules and regulation of that Grand Lodge, because I don't know of a Grand Lodge that asks for 5 years of money while you are in another one. It doesn't really seem right. And so it's, of course, a revenge that was acted upon you by the person that introduced you.
And like I said, most of the people in this lodge were mentored by, and the guy, he's prolific in Masonry.
But how many years you were a Freemason in all this experience?
7 total. I'm still a Mason. I'm still a Freemason.
No, of course, but I'm saying active Mason.
Yeah, active Mason. I was active 7 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think that you should still maybe petition for joining another Grand Lodge in the US that maybe will give you more attention and will appreciate more your work. It's I think that could be a good solution.
Yeah.
As in the US, you have different states and an independence. Between, you don't have a Grand Lodge of the United States that controls everything. Yeah. So once you just step over the border with another state, you can maybe start this whole thing again, find the right people. But unfortunately, the craft these days is falling into, like you said, a crisis, mostly because of two main reasons, which I think we should discuss today as Freemasons for our listeners. One is, of course, this jealousy, this old people that basically have not been able to leave this tradition in the hands of new people that could really carry it on with the same love, with the same passion. And so they gradually managed to get the craft to have to close one temple after the other and to basically fall in. But also the fact that a lot of side structures have been built that recruit from Freemasonry, like you said, Master Masons. And these side structures at times become even more influential than the lodges of Freemasonry themselves. And this has been a problem in the US already since the 1820s, since the time in which there was a lot of anti-Masonic activities, as you know.
Correct.
And in which we had then the rising of certain other secret societies, like, for example, the Skull and Bones of Yale University, or the Scroll and Tie, many others that are all over the US. You have dozens of them. And that actually became more elitarian, more choosy, and more influential. But they always use Freemasonry as the main place where to recruit. Why? Because Freemasonry makes good men, and those good men at times can be used for various purposes, and sometimes those men can also be corrupt, no? And the Illuminati of Adam Weishaupt, though it didn't last a long period of time, taught some of these people how to adopt a secret society to reach their own goals, no? And unfortunately, these goals have not always been good. So there has been a lot of also misconception about who the Illuminati really were. So I'm very glad that people like Joseph Wages came along with his book, The Secret School of Wisdom, that he elaborated with another two Masonic authors. And that even Arturo de Hoyos has a lot of knowledge. As you know, Arturo de Hoyos is the archivist of the Supreme Council in Washington. A lot of knowledge about the Order of the Illuminati. He himself possesses the original jewel of the Minerval degree. And so there is a lot of Masonic culture, but this Masonic culture then tends to be disrespected because the people who actually represent it are not strong enough to impose the Masonic values into their society. They instead seem to have fall for this globalization, which also includes Freemasonry, in which the lodge doesn't really count anymore, but it's the Grand Lodge that counts more and more. And those Grand Lodges, as you know, are all part of a worldwide regular lodges structure, which is now in the hands, I think, of a Romanian Grand Secretary. He used to be in the hands of a guy called Jackson. And I don't know if Jackson was actually from the Grand Lodge of Illinois. I kind of not remember. You remember the regular Grand Lodges of the world, the Grand Secretary? I think he might have been from the Grand Lodge of Illinois. I'm trying to check out if I have something on Thomas W. Jackson, who was the former Grand Secretary of the Grand Lodge of, he was of the Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania, yes. And basically, so what's happening here is like there is, let's say, a globalization. There is a new world order, and this new world order is taking away the singularity, the originality of the singular lodge, and also the sovereignty of each singular lodge, in favor of the sovereignty of the Grand Lodge. This is happening in many jurisdictions. I don't know if it's happening also in Illinois, but it seems that gradually they are trying to give more power to the Grand Lodge structure so they can basically control the lodges and not have also lodges acting in ways that they don't feel appropriate with what is their plan. Even if their plan is becoming really not, not very successful for the continuation of the craft itself. I mean, if the craft had an ideal today to preserve, especially in the US, I think it would be the Christian ideal, because the Christians were the ones who founded the US, the founding fathers, no?
Yep. Yep.
And so I think that Freemasonry in the US should be a tradition that helps preserving those values. Instead, it seems like it becoming another democratic stronghold where they have to discuss the next thing about, gay rights into Masonic lodges. And this is where it's going to. I mean, I don't know if you want to say something about this.
Well, and that was one of the things too within our lodge. I mean, we were, we were multicultural. We had Muslims, we had Jews, we had Christians, we had.
I think that it's okay within the first 3 degrees if you want to do those lodges in a universal way. But then when you go into the rite, actually, there is no rite that is not Christian in Freemasonry. Even the Scottish rite, that is a universal rite these days. Yeah. But it is a Christian rite in the end. If you just study the high degrees and you go through them, you understand this is a Christian rite. I mean, you become a Knights Templar. A Knights Templar is a Christian. Yeah. I mean, you can't. I don't understand how it's possible to have a Supreme Council of the Scottish Rite in Israel.
Yeah.
But as Aleister Crowley, even himself, wrote in his Confessions, and I reported this in my book, I don't know if I reported it in Confessions 201, but I reported this thing that Crowley said about the fact, I think in Confessions 2, in regard to the fact that the elements, yes, in Confessions 2, where I talked about Judaism and Freemasonry, I talk about how certain elements of Christianity in the Scottish Rite were actually eliminated so they could favor the entrance of non-Christians into this rite, even at the high levels. And I think that, that is like going into a cross and celebrating Mass, taking off the cross because it will offend somebody. I mean, it's becoming like that. It's becoming increasingly like that. So, we're going towards a one-world religion. We're going towards a situation in which Pope Francis lets Muslims celebrate and pray inside the Catholic churches because this it's kind of, he seems to think this will bring people together. I think instead that we need to preserve our Christian heritage and also our Masonic Christian heritage in the US. So I think that today, for those listeners that are out there, it's true. There is a lot of Masonic lodges that have been corrupt, others that have basically been completely absorbed by other secret societies, which have nothing to do with Freemasonry, but of course often get mixed up with it. And in the vision of the people, they don't know the difference. So then they all become Satanists. And when I saw that this whole thing that happened in the Supreme Council of Texas with this gay guy who wrote after a book, I talked about in volume 2 of my Confessions, I understood that even in Texas, imagine, the Supreme Council of the Scottish Rite had been infiltrated by Satanists, OTO, Golden Dawn, people who wanted to practice homosexual magic. Texas Supreme Council.
Yeah.
This really means that Freemasonry is really becoming a reflection of the rest of society, a very confused society.
Yeah. Which, like I said, is one of the things that I actually look forward to with is having a kind of like a rock, a foundation and then when I got involved a little bit more and I got more and more involved, it was more of, how do I say it? Really wasn't a rock. It was whatever. It was more politics, more. And like I said, I want to make sure that I make it perfectly clear that I do believe what you put in is what you get out to something too. So I'm not blaming them, but I did see that. I did start to see that there was a lot of.
Now, can you confirm our listeners that?
Well, we were afraid. We were afraid to offend someone or whatever. So actually, in our lodge, we had a standing rule that you weren't allowed to talk about religion and politics. Period. Couldn't talk about it in our lodge at all. They actually came down and said, you can't. Inside these, you are not allowed to talk about religion, and you're not allowed to talk about politics. Now, I'm sitting there going,
well, of course, that might, in a way, be okay for the first degrees. But when it went into the right, you still had the same rules.
Yeah. No, we were not allowed. Yes, we were not
allowed.
Now,
I want to explain that to listeners because, of course, many don't know the rules of Freemasonry, but maybe they have read that in regular lodges you shouldn't discuss, of course, religion or politics, which is a good thing in the first 3 degrees of Freemasonry.
Yep.
But when it comes down to the right, which is all the degrees that go from 4th above,
yes.
There is actually in the Scottish Rite degrees where you're supposed to discuss both politics and
they're religious in nature, exactly. But it was that whole thing about, like I said, we in my Scottish Rite, I can tell you flat out, one of my closest friends is a Muslim, was a devout Muslim, but he was also in the Scottish Rite. He was raised right next to me in the Rite, and. Another, like I said, another friend.
And so he became a 32 degree.
Yeah, my mentor was was Jewish, and he was a Scottish Rite Mason. So, like I said, it was more.
Well, as I said, the Scottish Rite has been reformed in a way that doesn't pose a threat to these people in the way they, yes. When instead, actually, I remember, and I wrote this in my volume 2. I wrote about the fact that a Jewish worshipper master and actually a very high, I think a deputy Grand Master in Australia, also he's a rabbi, he called the Christian problem, he defined it as the Christian problem in Freemasonry. I mean, I don't think that we have to hide our Christian heritage in Freemasonry. I think we have to be proud of our Christian heritage in Freemasonry. We can also be proud of the fact that maybe Freemasonry has become, in a way, in certain jurisdictions, if you work in the first 3 degrees in a universal way, with all and free the sacred books open, a bit like Kipling used to say, in his poetry. I think that might help the universality and the people to come together in a good way. But when it goes into the right, when you go into the right, so here we're talking about traditional Freemasonry, and then you go into a totally different ball game from the 4th degree onwards, and you should never have people doing things that are against their own religious tradition, because it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, which I like I said, I was, and that was where I started to devote, and that's when I went to this other lodge, which he was like, look, I will teach you the true, and this is the thing, is that it's not he's like, I'm going to teach you like a mentor. He was like, look, in order for you to understand Masonry, because this is the thing, we were fast tracked. I mean, we no doubt. I mean, the first day we did our Blue Lodge, what you call your Blue Lodge, and then the second day is we did the whole Scottish Rite up to our 32nd. So, and
maybe people should know that these are practices that in origin they will take many years. Because
you are correct.
I think that to really have a complete understanding of the first 3 degrees, you really need at least 5 years.
Yes.
To grasp the whole thing. And I think that if you want to grasp also the offices in the lodge, you need at least 10 years to really grasp this whole system. Because when you go through each office in the lodge, from the steward, if you're in demolition, you have the stewards also. But if you are, for example, a deacon, a warden, a senior one, a junior one, you for a number of years, you go through these offices in the regular way. you really grasp the whole concept of being in a lodge much better than just, otherwise you have to study a lot, of course. But I see that in the Scottish Rite in the US, they tend to do these courses, never ending, that start to teach people, you know, like you're going to school at a university. But the problem still remains. You can't learn only by studying being a Freemason. You have to be in the lodge, do the lodge work, because that lodge work really gives you discipline, gives you a way of moving around, gives you certain things that you can't really learn from a book.
Well, and that was the thing, and that's why that intrigued me with doing the order, you know, and working with Brother Taman, was the fact that he said, look, he goes, the way you were raised is not the way that I agree. He goes, but I can't go against the lodge. He said, however, he goes, if you join and you go and you work with us and you're going to study, you're going to teach, you know, first you're going to study. Then once you get the ritual down, then you can help teach us, or you can help with us teach. And then you can actually participate and fill different roles within the lodge. And I will tell you, the time that I was doing that was the most fulfilling time that I had in Masonry, because then at that point, I understood the allegory. I understood, because I had to learn it, but then on top of that, I had to teach it. Then I also had to do it. And I'm not talking, we would do this once a week and stuff. Pretty much every 3-4 times a week, we were traveling to a different lodge, raising Masons and filling in those roles and stuff. So it was nonstop for several years. And then of course the lodge that I joined, which was his lodge, got disbanded, or what happened was they condensed, they wanted to bring two lodges together and have one lodge, and there was some conflict there, and it just
this is a typical. It happens even in Italy many times. This kind of thing.
Yes. So, but you know, let's do that. Enough of my, you know, great.
No, I mean, I would like to go back into what I mentioned before. When it comes down to the controversies within Freemasonry, you are not alone. Definitely, this James Robert Wright, this member of the Ordo Templi Orientis and the Golden Dawn, who was a 32-degree Mason in Texas, in the Northern Star 377. And he also was an employee for a time, and he was gay. Then he wrote this whole book of Freemasonry, Cult Abuse, Human and Gay Rights Controversy. And I wanted to, in my book, volume 2, to explain why a guy like this acted in the way he acted, and what was really happening within Freemasonry, even in Texas. Like I don't know if it's happening also in Illinois, but have you noticed if groups like the Ordo Templi Orientis or the Golden Dawn were recruiting also within your Grand Lodge?
No, I didn't run across them.
Well, you see, that is a good sign, because in other places in the US, they have completely monopolized the situation, and they are part of the problem here when it comes down to creating, because a lot of now the people who teach Freemasonry, Masonic historians and so on, which, you know, when you are a Freemason, you know, there is only a handful of people who really know Freemasonry and are those kind of people who, like you said, you go around and you teach, because there's not many who really know the craft. So for the RTO to actually infiltrate and monopolize the senior positions of Masonic tuition worldwide means that they can then push through their own beliefs. And this is scandalous, of course, and it's very dangerous also, because we know that the beliefs of Aleister Crowley were not the beliefs of your average Christian Mason, of course. And it makes, of course, this is also part of this New Age thing. So my books, in volume 1, I tried to, I don't know if you read my books. If you went through them, at least you should, because I think they make not only for a good reading, but also they give you some elements of Masonic tuition, or at least also of explaining all the structures of secret societies, not only Freemasonry, and how they work in this global perspective that I put through to the reader, and backed up always by credible sources with credible evidence. I think that I am doing a service to Freemasonry myself, like you did yourself in your days, and like you're doing still today, because I think with this radio show today, Jeff, we have probably touched on topics and a lot of probably the ordinary listeners will be a bit confused, but a lot of Masons will probably appreciate the conversation we had today.
Yeah. Well, the other part of and those listeners that are confused, they can always reach out to me and ask. I mean, that's the nice thing.
Or I would suggest also to go and read my books,
and
because,
read the book.
as I said,
and that's
in
what
my
I'm
books, I'm very detailed about these things, and I tend to also give a lot of reference that people then can go themselves and study. Like I always reference all my sources, so then people can make themselves their own detailed study of these topics.
Well, and this is the thing. I mean, obviously, the title of your book is Confessions of an Illuminati.
Yeah, Confessions of an Illuminati, meaning not only Illuminati by Adam Weishaupt, because as you know, Adam Weishaupt's Illuminati didn't last that long, but they were very influential.
Yes.
There is definitely also a sort of mythology of the Illuminati nowadays on the internet, and unfortunately, most of the times it doesn't really relate with truth. Yes. So it's refreshing that, for example, tonight 2 Freemasons can explain what Freemasonry is, what it should be, can tell people what is going on behind the closed doors. And we're not here talking only about worldwide conspiracy, but even down to your local lodge, in which maybe the incapacity of this new Masonic structures of keeping up this old tradition, it's becoming more and more evident. So I think that it's refreshing, and a lot of people, I hope, in the next few years will benefit as much as they have benefit already in Italy, where my books have been coming out for a few more years. Yeah. And where they actually created a movement, even within Freemasonry. That's why I hope that will happen also in the US. The problem with Freemasonry in the US is, though, at least I have noticed up until now, they're very scared of while instead here they're a little bit more, they want to challenge even ordinary Freemasons or even worshipper masters or any Freemason. There is some who want to challenge the Masonic establishment because they see that they're doing wrong. In America, they don't seem to be, they seem a little bit scared in wanting to really challenging it. I seem to find more difficulty in setting up lodges of my order in the US and finding the right people, because most people are only interested in wanting to join if they gain personal advantages from it, money-wise or in their own business.
I mean, obviously, you get the fraternity, right? You get, I mean, the fraternity aspect is huge in the fellowship and stuff. And that was, like I said, the big disappointment for me was the lack of education on, I had to go out and seek it on my own. I had to go out, become a librarian. When that opportunity arose, I jumped all over it because it gave me access to books, and it gave me access to manuscripts, ancient manuscripts. And so I was able to do my own research. But I find too many, and I don't want to be critical. I don't know, other people's lodges, but the lodges that I was associated with, or the lodges I knew, unless you went out and sought after the knowledge yourself, it was how do I say?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like a cigar club. I mean, most of the times it's a social club. People go for a drink to get away from the wife or whatever. I mean, so I mean, it's not really the Freemasonry that you are learning something. It's more of an escamotage to have some fun.
Well, which is funny because when I had when the Jesuits would come, they would even make the same comment. They said their meetings, they would have educational pieces. They would have, you'd have the business, and then you would have and they were shocked that wasn't that there was no educational, within the lodge, ongoing. It was left up to that. And, let's talk about, one of the Jesuits too. These Jesuits, the couple of them, one of them was from Argentina. He was actually Opus Dei, which shocked me. I mean, it was kind of strange that I'm sitting there with Jesuits, talking about Masonry and the historical.
Well, I mean, when the Scottish Rite was formed back in the early days, the Jesuits were very close to Freemasons, especially in the time in Paris, High Degree Council, calling itself the Council of Emperors of the East and the West, was formed, as you know. That was before, of course, the Mother Council of the World was established. And there is a document which I have, which is very rare, very interesting, because a lot of people don't know, but the actual Scottish Rite, as we know it today, was created in the very respectable Grand Lodge of France. But the very respectable Grand Lodge of France, which basically is the sublime mother lodge of the Scottish Rite in the world, is actually these days an irregular lodge for most of the obediences in the US, because the Grand Lodge of France then got in a clash with the United Grand Lodge of England. And from that time onwards, you had to make a choice. Either you're a friend of the Grand Lodge of England or either of the Grand Lodge of France. So this puts really the Scottish Rite in America not in a position to really study their origins in the way they should, if they don't reach out to brothers from obediences which are actually considered irregular by them.
Yeah. And
this is it's quite funny. Because at the same time, it's very interesting, this document I have, this very early document of the Emperors of the East and the West, which is from the 1770s, sometime in the 1770s. And this document shows already then the knowledge that Freemasons in what would become after the ancient accepted Scottish Rite had about the Jewish religion. There is actually the symbol of the Hebrew symbol for Shaddai, the Almighty God, on it. There is at the center the symbol of Yahweh Adonai on the points. And there is also the three different, the third sphere with the principalities, the archangels, the angels. But clockwise, you have also the actual planets, the sun representing the gold in alchemy, the moon representing the silver, the Jupiter representing the tin, Mars representing the iron. So, and then you have, of course, the symbols of power, which is the sword. You have the Akasha, which, as we know, is a terrestrial symbol, and then of course you have the symbol of equilibrium. But all these symbols and so on are part of a tradition which is embedded with alchemy, with let's say, we can't not even, I would call it more the royal art of alchemy more than magic, because magic seems to be a little bit, when you talk about magic, you kind of seems to diminish things. But it has actually some occult elements for sure that need to be studied if you are really knowledgeable about Freemasonry. While instead, as you know, the common Freemason doesn't have any esoteric knowledge at all. In your average lodge, don't you think so?
No, I agree.
So it's a bit, but then when it comes down to the study of the origins of the Scottish Rites, I think that one of the main characters was this Morin, who was this important figure in the early part of the Scottish Rite, this Stephen Morin, and basically this whole tradition that came from France then arrives into America. Etienne Morin, who was then renamed Stephen Morin, he actually comes originally, it has some elements that are actually from the animist tradition of Haiti. Let's not forget the not the Martinists, but the Martinezists, which are the followers even earlier of what was known as Martin de Pasqually.
Yep.
I don't know if you followed a bit the creation of the Scottish Rite in their origins. It was connected because this Morin, who was a key figure in the Scottish Rite, arrived in a moment of time in which there was also a connection with this tradition, and so it's very interesting to know that there is some elements, really real elements of magic in a way. Stephen Morin was the one who brought the Scottish Rite to America.
Yep.
And was appointed Inspector General by the Council that met in Paris in 1761. So we're talking here about a key character.
Well, wasn't that Franken? Henry, I want to say Henry Franken. I can't remember his name. I'm trying to
No, Stephen Morin was a little bit earlier. Here we're not talking about the time in which we are actually establishing the Mother Council.
Okay.
Here we are talking about the times that precede what was who then really became because the way the Scottish Rite has then been defined in Charleston is definitely the finished, polished way,
Yeah.
Of it. But let's say the earlier parts of this tradition are increased in mystery, and sometimes it's maybe interesting for our listeners to know that the Masonic student and the Masonic historians spend many hours in search of these elements to make clarity on their own tradition, because there is a lot of dark parts that are unclear even to the high levels of Freemasonry.
It was the Lodge of Perfection, which that was Franken, that was Franken. So. More.
You mean Franken, brother Franklin Franken is the correct
Henry,
name.
Yeah, brother.
Sure. But he confirmed it was Morin who confirmed the lineage to Franklin for Jamaica.
Gave it to Franken, and then Franken then created the 4th through the 14th degree.
Then he transmitted it to Brother Moses Sayes, Grand Master of Boston, and then so on.
Yep.
So. We're talking here, you're talking about Henry Andrew Franken, who formed the Lodge of Perfection in Albany and then went on. I mean, this is part of the later phases. I went in search of the earlier phases because I really wanted to know where Morin got this, and who was involved in it. So in my books, I also clear his links with the Stuart family that Morin had apparently received himself. He was basically connected with the Catholic Church. Maybe you don't know that, but his home was in Bordeaux, and it was oldest. And he was made a Mason in a French lodge called Loge Française in 1740. The later named La Française Flou Écossais. And then basically this was the oldest of more than 50 daughter lodges that then were called Loge Anglais, and that British Masons then founded. I mean, this is really the earlier part of the tradition, and is very important for Freemasons, but maybe for the majority of our listeners, it's like we're talking some kind of Arab language, some kind of strange language. They will not understand really why we are so, let's say, enthused with it. I think it's because Freemason understand that his tradition is very old, and they want to grasp it to then be able to teach it, but also to not make any mistakes, because I think that if you know Freemasonry, you don't make the mistakes of who preceded you.
Yeah, well, and I think it's very important too that they because a lot of people will look at Masonic and, we'll talk about the Illuminati. It's very important to understand our heritage and everything, because then you can also know where the divergence starts to come in, where, where people start saying, well, you can go, no, that's not the tradition. That's not the logic. That's not, you're twisting this and you're corrupting it. And
in that corruption, unfortunately, while it might seem just an innocent corruption made by some people not respecting it, because in the end it always creates some kind of deviation also in the outside world. It creates always some problem in the outside world, because the reflection of the Masonic world is also for society to achieve a certain level of perfection. Mm-hmm. If American society has reached within their brief existence, because American society is born in 1776, it's not born 1,000 years ago, it was thanks to Freemasonry. So the fact that then this work is not understood anymore, and their traditions are not really portrayed as they used to be, definitely kind of creates problems with their society as a whole, I think.
Correct.
No, don't you think so?
I agree, because as you deviate, because we, and a lot of people don't, they hear this, but they don't realize that a lot of the beliefs here in the United States that are found.
You have to understand that, for example, in the old days, the conferring a high degree was something that was limited mostly to a membership of those of Christian faith.
Yes.
Understand? And then when this thing was twisted around and made accessible to people not of Christian faith, mm-hmm. Well, I think that from there on we embarked in society in a direction that can only mean unfortunately in the end the complete destruction of the Christian faith.
Yeah.
And also the fact that so much occult groups have now latched onto Freemasonry. This is possible because there is not anymore any Christian Freemasons defending their lodges.
Yeah.
And as you know, before they were a little bit like sentinels, like you had the Rose, like the Rose Croix degree, the 18th degree was a bit like the sentinel who had to watch upon, the others and see if there was members that were maybe good enough to bring up the ladder, and being a bit like the watchdogs of the situation, that everything was kept within the boundaries of Christianity. That, of course, has faded out. And now, like you said yourself, not only you have people that are not of the Christian faith acceding to certain degrees, but it's also becoming apparent that Freemasonry is going through a big struggle. Now, in volume 3 of my confessions, also I want to go to the next phase and actually show how people like the Grand Lodge of Colorado have actually invited the Muslims in their lodges from Muslim sects that actually believe in the Mahdi, and that they actually themselves believe in a specific character like a Nanoktar known as Aronyai as the Mahdi. Mm-hmm. This is scandalous. I think this is it's incredible, but it's happening.
Yeah,
it's happening.
No,
I don't know if you ever had anything to do with the Grand Lodge of Colorado, but
no, I know of an all-Muslim lodge in Chicago. So it was an all.
But here we're talking about maybe lodges of Muslims. That's okay in a way, because as you know, in Prince Hall Freemasonry you have many Muslim lodges mm-hmm. also. But I think that it's not a question of Muslim lodges or not Muslim. Here is a question about normal Christian lodges or ordinary lodges that invite members that are not even Freemasons, but are members of Islamic organizations.
Oh.
And this is much worse. I mean, I'm talking about something that...
So these aren't brothers, these aren't master mates, these are just outside
members of a sect, of a Muslim sect.
Gotcha. Well, that was one of the problems, here in the States. We have the shrine, right? The Shriners.
Of course, the
And
Shriners, though, are mimicking Muslim, but are not really.
Exactly. The shrine.
But they have definitely probably helped out a certain approach and a certain acceptance of the Muslim faith. And what do you think?
Well, the shrine, I will tell you this, the way that it was explained to me, I am not a Shriner and I didn't join, because the shrine actually recruits Masons, but you don't have to be a Mason to be a Shriner.
Yeah.
You know, so that was the thing. And I, you know, I was told specifically to, you know, that I, once again, was to stay away, because it was not, you don't have to be a, you know, the shrine does recruit.
So the guy who was on top of you, who brought you into the craft, he suggested you don't join the shrine.
Absolutely not. He said because you to be a member of the shrine, they recruit from Masons, but they don't. You don't have to be a Mason to be in a shrine, which I always thought my first encounter with a Mason was through the shrine.
Actually you had to be a Freemason in the ancient accepted Scottish Rite to join the shrine. This was at least a tradition in most jurisdictions until not so long ago.
Yeah, so that was the thing, is that at one time.
So what are they doing now? They're just bringing people into the shrine without even being Freemasons?
They have like, how do we say this? You know, they recruit still heavily from the Masonic as a Master Mason, but they do have individuals who are.
But before it was actually obligatory to be a 32-degree Freemason to join the shrine.
To be the shrine. Yeah, but you know, but the thing is, the shrine doesn't have any how do I say this? The shrine doesn't have any allegory. It doesn't have any secrets. There's nothing. None of that's discussed at a shrine.
Oh well, the shrine has an initiation with where basically they have a few secrets, and their initiations don't really go very well at times with the Muslims, because they seem to be making a mockery of certain traditions. Like during the initiation, you have to kiss the butt of the worship of master. And this is like, I mean, or you have some other there was also scandal many years ago. I remember I was in a Grand Lodge meeting in London, and there was a scandal that just happened in US state, in which in a shrine temple they had done cocaine on the Quran and invited the hookers. I mean, it was very scandalous.
Well, they had the issues with, you know, you heard rumors. Like I said, I was told to stay away. I was told to stay away from the shrine.
Well, then they themselves, the Shriners, then have I know very well the Shriners, because one of the people who sponsored me in the United Lodge of England, with Julian Smith, was both of, as you can understand from the surname, connected to the Mormons, and the Mormons are very connected to the shrine. In fact, the headquarters is in Salt Lake City, no? Mm-hmm. And they have a secret link with the Mormon world, the Shriners. And I was involved with this guy that he sponsored my entrance into the craft. He was one of the people, so he was there at my initiation, and I understood a few things about the Shriners. But of course, here in Europe, they're not as big as the US, so they have minor groups, you know. But still, a lot of military, a lot of people from the medical world, they are part of this tradition.
Yeah. That's what So
they give a lot of money every year. They have all these hospitals and stuff. It's a big thing.
Well, I mean, they do.
And I'm sure that some of it might be even be good. They do a ton of
service work. Yeah, they do a ton of service work here and stuff. And that's, like I think Arkansas, I was just reading here, Arkansas basically said that you don't have to be a Mason to be a member of the shrine. And then, of course, the Grand Master came back and said that basically that no Master Mason shall be a member of the shrine. So you do have some, that's in the shrine temples of Arkansas.
So in Arkansas, you don't have to be a Mason to be in the shrine.
To be in a shrine, but however, you can't be a Mason and be in a shrine in Arkansas. They opened it up.
What does it mean?
Well, they opened it up to basically anybody can become a shrine, the Shrine International. But then the Grand Master of Arkansas, as a result, banned all Masons from becoming shrine members.
But this is not possible. They will conflict with their all their work they've done in the past.
I agree, and that's why I think it's so. We have gotten so far away. I don't want to say, because, like I said, you can't lump every lodge. But what I'm seeing here in the state, and I've heard this from others too, is that here in the States, we are getting so far away from our traditions and as Masons.
And at the same time, you have, of course, those Masons of certain exclusive transnational lodges that are not regular, not recognized, but at the same time very powerful and very exclusive, that dominate their life. I mean, the method of Freemasonry is also used by non-Freemasons to establish irregular Masonic lodges that are very powerful.
Yep.
And in the way also they work, and they, I tend to write a lot about it in my books. So especially in volume 1, I talk about certain transnational lodges known as your lodges, about the fact that all the heads of states, women or men, it doesn't matter, because they follow the more liberal tradition that was established in France of co-masonry, as you know, and of having women in lodges, because also that is another thing that Freemasonry has a problem with, and is the woman element that, of course, is not present in all the jurisdiction, and that me personally think, I mean, I maintain the regular way, so only a male, but it seems like an increasing number of lodges and grand lodges accept women.
Yeah.
Here in Europe, at least.
Well, yeah, they have Eastern Star and everything here. But
yeah, I mean, in America with the Eastern Star, you have like a side system to make to deflate that. But I'm talking here about the fact that here in Italy, for example, you have the second biggest obedience in Italy. It's a mixed obedience with women and men.
Wow.
And they are women 33 degrees and so on. I mean, and it's actually one of the most influential ones. And then you have, of course, some lodges that work close to the Grand Orient of France that are the same. And then, of course, you have the Druid to Men, which is co-masonry, and they, of course, work both for women and men. But this, of course, creates a lot of confusion with people, because they always say, but women can't be into Freemasonry. Of course, in traditional, regular Freemasonry, they're not present. But then you have other forms of Freemasonry, because Freemasonry is not only one form of Freemasonry, but many. And I think that with the spreading of the internet, these other forms of Freemasonry have also spread very much. Mm-hmm. Like there is even obediences that only practice one rite, like, for example, the Memphis and Mizraim, and they have the Egyptian obediences are especially the ones that have more irregular lodges in the US, I think.
Yeah, you have different, I can't remember, like you got Prince,
then you have the Prince Hall,
Prince
of course, but then the Prince Hall Freemasons tend to work regularly, most of them, also because some of their obediences have been recognized in the last few years. Another big problem I talk about in volume 2 of my confession, is the problem of racism in Freemasonry, which has created some problems in some southern states. Mm-hmm. Where you still have black people who were segregated and were encouraged to only work in their own lodges, and that is the Prince Hall form of Freemasonry, because Prince Hall, as maybe some people listening to your show don't know, is basically in the last 200 years the only form of Freemasonry that was practiced by the.
Oh, I think we lost.
and I think they are probably the most influential ones in Chicago. In fact, they even said that Barack Obama was a member, and that he was, at the time before becoming president, a 32 degree.
Yeah. No comment.
No comment on that one, but of course we don't comment on Prince Hall Freemasonry, because also it's very difficult to get their list of members. It's not like...
I can tell you this. I with Brother Taman, I actually went to a Prince Hall raising, and it was different. It was not what I was.
Was it better or bad? How was it?
You know what? To me, I actually thought it was to each their own. But to me, I actually thought it was better in the sense that the candidates were truly, like I said, I don't want to get in a ritual, but it was the candidates wanted, every Mason wants to be there, but the candidates were prepared to be there. The ritual itself, the way the ritual was designed, it was impressive. I'll say that. It was without a doubt, these were strong candidates. And now talking with you even more so, they were actually, I want to say they adhered probably stricter to the craft than I did.
Well, because as maybe you know, in Prince of Freemasonry, a lot of those lodges, having kept themselves from working with the mainstream Grand Lodges until very recently, because only I think at the beginning of the 90s, the first recognition and mutual possibility of visitation was inaugurated in states like Illinois.
We weren't actually, we had to get disposition. We had to get permission to actually go.
Still, I know that you have to get permission, but until the beginning of the 90s, it was not even possible to even imagine your presence in Prince Lodge.
Yeah, you wouldn't even ask.
And so basically, they kept on working independently, and that meant that sometimes conforming with very old rules, regulations, and rituals that were never touched by the reformations. As you know, obediences like the Grand Lodge of Illinois have often reformed their rituals and stuff, as well as the Supreme Councils who have reformed the rituals to make them more accessible to the modern crowd.
Well, the other thing too, you're absolutely right, because that was the thing, is that you know, without going in, is that when I went back and I looked at, now granted, now I was fortunate enough that when we had this big class that went through, I was the guy I was the candidate. I acted, you know, my mentor made sure that I was a candidate for all of the rights. So that was cool. Or that was, you know, that actually meant something. But the fact of the matter is then after I went through, there was parts that I learned after the fact in studying to be able to teach the ritual to other students. There was things that were left out from
that you instead saw in the Prince Hall ritual. And,
I saw it in the Prince Hall, but I also knew it was left out because there were certain aspects of, you know, your first degree. There were certain aspects that were left out of the thing.
Well, they were basically left out deliberately after the scandals of the P2 at the beginning of the 80s. When there was, as you know, in Blackfriars Bridge, the guy found upside down and who was the banker, Calvi.
Yeah.
And there was this big scandal surrounding Freemasonry right at the beginning of the 80s with the P2 Lodge in Italy. It kind of reflected worldwide. I mean, even the United Grand Lodge of England changed the way they portray the oath of the first degree. And this whole thing is done because certain words were judged as too strong for the candidates arriving into an institution which had been heavily attacked by the press at that time.
Yeah.
So some Grand Lodges, and probably even the Grand Lodge of Illinois, reformed the ritual, basing themselves on this new reformed way, which I find completely ridiculous, because, I mean, either you are a Mason and you take your oath seriously and you take it in traditional way, or either you should just join the Rotary Club and just not do this whole thing.
Well, and you're absolutely right. I mean, the like the blood oaths, a lot of people don't, and that's why I don't want it, because my thing is even though I don't have a lodge, I don't sit in a lodge, I still, I took the blood oaths, and I don't want to divulge anything, that would and to this day, I take that very seriously. I've had people, going, "Hey, Jeff, you got a lot of insight. You can probably just write another book." And I'm like, no, I have no desire to do that, because I took those blood oaths, and I agree with that. I will follow them. And, but I will tell you this, is that I didn't learn those the particulars until after I got involved more so. And you're absolutely right. There were certain things that were left out. From the original.
You learned them more with the Order of Zion. They were more into teaching you those missing elements. A bit like a Masonic Restoration Foundation that was established many years ago by the Brits, unfortunately, in the US, to try to bring them back on the path of traditional Freemasonry. I think that the Brits were especially and I was at the time in the United Grand Lodge of England, and I was right under Julian Rees, who is one of the people who was involved with this Masonic Restoration Foundation, which pissed off a lot of Americans because they saw it as an insult from the English. But the problem was basically the English were saying you can't do this kind of initiation, mass initiations in like they were doing in basketball stadiums, 3-day courses where you get raised through like you did, basically.
Yeah, no, that's
the English
exactly what I did.
Critical of this system, and they will not accept it. So they fought about a Masonic Restoration Foundation. But I think that they are also, with their attitude, very wrong in the way they do things. So, I mean, they should have been those. I think that still, maybe the right can be done in a faster pace. But I think that still the first 3 degrees should be done in the traditional way. So in that, concerning that, I think they are right in criticizing what some Grand Lodges have done in the US.
Yeah.
Because you need the right time to navigate your rough hashler, let's say.
Yep.
Okay. And it doesn't really get any smooth if you just increase it nominally. I think it needs the time that it needs to then become ready. And I notice it these days when in Italy some obediences tend to even initiate more candidates at once into the first degrees. I personally refuse that kind of methodology.
No, I think it's got to be. It's a very personal for people that are listening and stuff. Becoming a Mason, it should be is a very personal experience, and you should experience it personally. You know, it is. I mean, for me, like I said, I was raised when I was raised in my Blue Lodge. I was the candidate that went through. You know, I was the guy that everybody else watched do it. It didn't mean the same. But then when I started to do Scion and teaching the class, I mean, we would do the full ceremony to teach. And so obviously I was the candidate there as well because I was still learning. So, and when I did it that way, it actually meant it's a whole different, it just meant something completely different than the first time I did it. And even
if you had to describe like now to our listeners, what really brought you to the realization you couldn't really continue in the craft in any way, or what really stopped you?
It's not that. No, I still continue. I want to make it clear. I'm still a Mason. I still consider myself a Mason. I will always be a Mason. It's just I don't have a lodge. I don't have a fellowship. I'm kind of like a man without, without in my Masonic
It's a bit
life,
in Martinist, which is, as you know, a side order that was created within Freemasonry and became a completely independent thing very shortly. I mean, they were actually created on the margins of Freemasonry, so they were not really ever Freemasons, and they come from the Martinism tradition, which is even older. And in Martinism, the single candidate can become himself a lodge. In the way that they work. So it's interesting what you're saying, because in Martinism, actually, you can bring that concept and craft it in a way that you yourself can open your lodge you as a single person.
Yeah, but but you do miss it. It's kind of, how do I say this?
But I mean, of course, it's a completely different ball game to actually work in a lodge, and of course, the equilibriums to keep them going, and also to make these candidates go through their degrees and really preparing them to a new world. I am doing this still nowadays, even after many years I've criticized Freemasonry, because I still believe that there is certain positive elements into the craft, which I like to preserve. Of course, when I see these old idiots making a mockery of Freemasonry, I get very angry, and that's why my books are very critical upon the majority of who is the guiding forces of contemporary Freemasonry. I think they are really not being able to handle this tradition and to handle it into the hands of the next generation in the way it should. Because also there is another thing, Jeff. Here we are missing the mission, the objective.
Yes.
Freemasonry can't be self-referential, or can't be simply a way to promote the New World Order. Freemasonry needs to be something that gives a mission to the candidate, and that mission was also making a better society. I don't think that Freemasons today are helping to make a better society, to tell you the truth. Because only focusing on charity or some side kind of things that you might do at the weekend with your family, or some Masonic tuition, that as you saw is also very poor, because I mean, you yourself have witnessed how much, only with the Order of Zion and what you were doing successively later, you can improve this situation, but it's very poorly done at the moment. So I think that Freemason needs to reestablish the mission. Now, I reestablished the mission with my Order of Freemasons, because our mission is to protect the Christian values of the West against liberalism, against what Jesuitry and communism are doing together to our society, and this situation which is basically imploding, in which we are seeing the West imploding and the liberals attacking more and more and taking the seats of power. People like Hillary Clinton, Obama, the Democrats. These people are a danger to mankind. I'm sorry to say it like this on your radio show, but these people are a danger.
Yeah, I've been saying this for a long time. So it's based because of what I know, and like I said, I mean, you got to remember, I during all of my time in Freemasonry,
these people are promoting the gay marriage, they're promoting the end of traditional family, they're promoting everything that can destroy the values that America was built upon. So it's becoming increasingly obvious that the modern person, is I mean, when you have the rainbow symbol for the gay movement, maybe people don't know that this symbol is actually linked to the fact that at one point, one of the first flags for the rainbow movement was picked up from a shop that was selling flags for the International Order of the Rainbow Girls, which, as you know, is a paramasonic order for young girls.
Yeah.
And But at the same time, there is this rainbow is a symbol of a passage to a new age in which we have seen a certain group of people, especially in California, promoting that liberalization and that culture which now is prevalent in the US. And that is creating chaos, is creating larger pedophilia rings, is promoting harder drugs, and it's making basically prohibitionism towards certain drugs has been the wrong thing to do. I try to explain also how Freemasons and the Knights Templars have a long tradition in the use of certain substances. Of course, not for social purposes, but for a much more deeper study of yourself, because the motto stays always the one that you find in front of the Oracle of Delphi: know thyself.
No, yep.
And so sometimes this has been. So I hope that thanks to my books, people have more and more an understanding of what is going on in these crucial times that will lead up to 2020, which I think is a turning point for our civilization.
Well, and I think it's important, and we're definitely going to put links to your books on your guest page and everything, because there are so many misconceptions, and we didn't get. I mean, we talked about personal, but hopefully the listeners kind of gleaned what is going on within the Masonic, but the part of the Illuminati, and I'm just going to ask this question.
Illuminati, as I said at the beginning, for me is not only Adam Weishaupt, it's a network of secret societies. Yes. Illuminati existed long before Adam Weishaupt. The original Illuminati were even called the Christians when they received their baptism. That's right. Illuminati is a concept, but during the course of time, now we have given to this concept negative connotations, because there is indeed the majority of Freemasonry, unfortunately, the occult part of Freemasonry, which deals with the occult side, and sometimes we can say with an extraterrestrial, alien form of power, which leads astray. And we have then basically a network of secret societies, which I define as Illuminati, but that network has to be described in a proper way. You can't just speculate and call everybody an Illuminati only because he's wearing a compass and a square, or it happened at times that people just see a Masonic lodge and they think those people are Illuminati, and that's completely wrong, because it might be just your ordinary common lodge where nothing goes on apart from a boring cigar club, like you said. There's no illumination whatsoever, and there is only a limited part of Freemasons who are really brought into the knowledge of certain things. Remember that?
Yes, correct. I mean, there's, and I've always said that. I get that question asked all the time. Well, are you Illuminati or is the Masons? And I'm like, look, 98 to 99% of the Masons I know view Masonic lodges. 98% are these are fraternal men getting together. It's an opportunity for them to get away from their wives, smoke cigars, and talk.
Yeah, but let's say this, in all the days, because we are now about to close the show, it's important to know that Freemasonry had a mission. Their mission was to unite the United States, to make it a great country, and they managed in their mission. Now we have to give a new mission to Freemasonry, and it can't be simply now an institution led astray by a lunatic fringe secretly controlled by the Catholic Church and the Jesuits, because that's what they're doing basically. They are managing. Sorry?
No, I agree with you. I mean, then you have the 1% who are actually out there trying to maintain and keep the true
but it's
nature.
Increasingly difficult for the 1% to even keep their tradition alive when they are corrupted left, right, and center, and even from their own administrative powers, who, like you said at the beginning of the show, is counting only the payment of basically your dues as to consider you a Mason. We have to understand Freemasonry did a lot during times of war.
Yes.
There were whole lodges that supported and helped in the war against the Nazis. The Freemasons were themselves persecuted for this. There is a lot of good things that were done by Freemasonry. Let's bring Freemasonry again to fight their own enemies within Freemasonry, first of all, because it's like a bit like when a person watches himself at the mirror and says, who is the main problem? The main problem is me. I have to judge myself. I have to see what's wrong with myself. Freemasonry needs to be doing that now.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
I hope I did that with my book.
Which is funny because obviously someone from Chicago, Oriental 33 is listening to this show right now because I just got a link that came through the wormhole or whatever that said that I owe $2,200, $2,200 to the lodge.
I mean, come on, man.
That's
these people are ridiculous. Who is the treasurer of your lodge? It must be the ultimate Jew. I'm sorry to say that, guys. You might say I'm racist for saying that. But
as I am sitting here, I got an email. That says I owe $2,200 to the lodge. And
but you got an email from an official of the lodge?
Yeah, I got an email from the it says Oriental 33.
Interesting. Well, I mean, you have definitely a very cool number for your lodge, 33 in the, but I'm not sure they're very much in the mind of understanding the number they represent if they behave in this way. I think that they should be much more understanding about a brother who has instead showed that he could do a lot more for Freemasonry if he was in the proper hands of a responsible worshipper master, of a responsible grand master, of a responsible grand secretary, and also this whole thing about the Scottish Rite intruding into the matters of the Grand Lodge of Illinois. I mean, I think that is itself a completely wrong thing.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's all, it's.
But I mean, you can laugh at it.
I don't want to laugh at it because this is a problem. I have experienced the wrath of these guys. I have personally, and I don't care if this is what's really sad. I don't care if the government comes kicking in my door. I don't want these guys kicking in my door.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, no. So I don't want...
They're so scary.
It's not that it's not, yeah. It's that because there's been some harsh things said, and there's been some, and and like I said, the individual, I told you who he was, who he is high, is pretty high up.
Well, but I mean, he's pretty high up, but he should just enjoy a nice glass of whiskey and chill out and get over with his life and get over with this kind of thing. Because I mean, when you're starting on something that seems more of a persecution, it's not honorable for the people involved in it, and for your lodge, Orient 33.
I'll be the first one to tell you, it's not Masonic.
It's not Masonic. Absolutely.
I'll be the first one to say that, and I've said that on numerous occasions. That this is, you want to persecute me. This is not Masonic. This is not the way that. Look, this is definitely not the way we treat each other. And that's part of the reason why I'm not too motivated to comply, because I'm like, I don't want to be part of this anyway, because you are not Masonic to me.
So what you do, I mean, your job in life, Jeff, what is here, the radio show, and then what else you do?
Well, I actually write software. I write telecommunication software. I actually own patents and stuff in telecommunications.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah,
great. That's good. No, well, I mean, if you ever decide to move forward with your Masonic knowledge and education, and just change obedience, change jurisdiction, I think that is the best thing to do. I mean, if you ever want to come to us in Europe, we will welcome you in our lodges, no problem.
Well, I would just like to be in a lodge where I can study. That, to be honest with you, that is what I've always wanted to do in my Masonic life, is to study the traditions and to understand and to teach, to eventually teach. That's what I did with that was my goal, is to it was all about, and this might sound corny to the listeners out there, but it was all about being enlightened, to understand the true meaning of this, of the Masonic, because it's, as you know, and our history is deep and goes back to kings and kings, and to understand and to have that, that was always my goal. It was never to drive around in little cars.
But will you be willing to go to another state of the U.S. to carry on this?
Yeah, I mean, I got to find, hopefully, someone might reach out to me. I don't know. I mean, my thing is, most of the lodges, and I don't want to disparage, but most of the lodges that I've seen, even in passing and stuff, it's still that social club. It's not the lodge of.
No. But I'm saying, I mean, if you were willing to travel to other parts of the U.S., I know people in other Grand Lodges who are pretty much serious about their Freemason and what they're doing, who might be able to give you a hand into that direction you are searching.
Sure. All right.
I will try to see if I can give you a hand on that direction.
Yeah,
in the meantime, I thank you for having me guest on your show.
No, thank you. It has been my pleasure, and I appreciate it. You've actually brought out a fervor in me. I'm going to start investigating again. Instead of sitting back and waiting for something to happen, I'm probably going to make something happen.
Absolutely.
But I hope I hope our listeners tonight, I know that you and I were conversing amongst each other and stuff, but I hope what our listeners gleaned.
When Jeff contacted me, when you contacted me earlier, as a conversation more than an interview in the strict sense. So I think that the listeners got more this kind of approach, and it was pretty visible by our dialogue, but also I think probably they got something positive out of it, because I mean, in between the lines, we have discussed many topics, and we have also discussed things that I don't usually even discuss myself during the interviews. So.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing, is it's all about the conversation. And I think, and my recommendation is, there was a lot of information in this, because I'm listening and I have my notes as we were talking and I was writing and everything. But there, for the listeners out there, there's homework. I always tell the listeners, I'm not going to do the homework for you, but we've given you, with our conversations with Leo and myself, we've given you enough nuggets, enough information that you can then go out and research for yourself. Obviously, purchase Leo's books, Confession of an Illuminati.
Yeah, they are available on CCC Publishing, which is this publishing house in San Francisco, which had the courage to publish my works in English. And I have at the moment 3 books in the English language, which is Pope Francis the Last Pope ? Confessions 1 and 2. And this Confessions of an Illuminati series is definitely something that a lot of Freemasons will appreciate, even if they might not agree with everything. It makes not only good reading, but it has a lot of points that go into a deeper search if you are ready for it.
Correct. And I think that's important. Masons and non-Masons definitely want to get the books. I'll be talking to Brad. I don't know if Brad he said he was going to try to listen tonight. So, Brad, you're going to get a phone call from me tomorrow. I'll get the book.
Of course. I will tell Brad he has to finish with all the books, so we can have a nice chat maybe in the next few months when Volume 3 comes out, because we will have a lot more to talk about when that comes out in relation to Freemasonry and the Knighthoods, which is the topic I touch in Volume 3. And so in the specific case, very much addressed with with the kind of elements that you've been fighting for, and with that guy that you've been mentioning is the kind of topics that you will find in my book.
In number 3. And he did say, he was on the show 2 weeks ago or a week ago, and he did say that he was in the middle of editing your book. So
yeah. He's in the middle of editing volume 3. He will give it back to me soon and then we're gonna continue with the translation of it until the beginning of the new year, when we will pass it on to printing, and hopefully we will get it in the bookstores by next February, March.
Perfect. All right.
And then I will have the last chapter of my books in the English language will be Invisible Master, that will come later on, and that will touch instead a whole different chord, which is the occult and the actual alien element that dialogues with certain secret societies and with part of occult Freemasonry. And it's probably, when it comes down to Freemasonry, the less known side of things, the dialogue with the invisible masters, the secret chiefs.
You need to be writing that book, because this is part of
no, it's already written. It's coming out the next year, so I just have to translate it. It takes a bit of time, but the translation is a slow but lengthy process, especially of my books. So when you will read them, you will understand there's a lot of work on them, and so it's not easy. But it's given me a lot of satisfaction to know that my books have been #1 in the Freemasonry section of Amazon for a long time now. And that we are doing quite good in the US with these books, so that I hope will increase also the interest of young people towards the genuine forms of Freemasonry, and the willingness for these young people to maybe take on the Masonic path once again in a different perspective. Absolutely. Thank you very much for having me on the show, Jeff.
You, my friend.
And, I will speak to you soon.
Yep. Ciao. Hey,
all the best, and we stay in contact between with the emails and other things, but especially to see if you yourself can follow up on this Masonic path that I think you left suspending, but I think you need to take on back.
Come back.
And, because if we need to fight this war with these people, we need to do it within. Yeah. It's more easy than to do it externally.
Yeah, absolutely. So. Leo,
all the best.
Thank you, my friend. Have a great day, and I will definitely be in touch.
All the best. Admire. Ciao, Jeff.
All right, ciao. There you go. Confessions of a Illuminati author. Now, I know a lot of you guys, as we were talking and everything, I know a lot of you, we were talking a lot of inside baseball, but like I said, I was listening, and there was a lot of hidden knowledge there. Obviously you got to read Confessions of the Illuminati by Leo. He's got book Zagami. So he's got book 1, and then he's got book 2. Book 3 is being edited right now by Brad. That will be coming out. And then also you heard about book 4. I think what came out of this conversation, obviously with my trials and tribulations, is I think you're seeing that within any structure of powerful people, you have the opportunity of corruption. You have the ability of manipulation. And it happens, be it a Masonic lodge, be it at work, be it in government, be wherever you have powerful people that come together, people that can affect change. And, even gangs, you have these issues. Now, I think, and I'm definitely going to get all of Leo's books, but one of the things is that you also have corruption. The Masonic belief system, as it was originally intended, and as the Germanic Masonic, is definitely 100% Christian and based. You have the infiltration of the Jesuits, and you have all of these outside sources coming in because they see the rich, they see the powerful, they see the, they see that. So you can draw your own conclusions, and I think that's the best way of learning here. I can tell you, Leo can tell you, or so-and-so can, Alex Jones can tell you, but you need to draw your own conclusions. And like all organizations, you always have the potential of corruption, and you have the potential of people who use their authority and use their power and stuff. I mean, I ran into it firsthand. Like I said, I went against a couple people, and boom, I am a Mason without a lodge. It's okay. I'll find a lodge. Might be in Rome. I don't know. But I'll find a lodge, because, I'm not going to be corruptible. I'm going to be who I need to be. And I will follow the tenets of Freemasonry, the true tenets of Freemasonry. And if you're interested to know what those are, I can't, obviously I'm not in a lodge, but I'll be glad to point you in the right direction. And I think you probably need to start with Confessions of Illuminati. For those that have, questions about Illuminati and is it real, is it not? I think you heard Leo basically say it's a culmination of a lot of different things, but it's real, but it's a culmination of a lot of different things. Is it the Illuminati that is in popular TV and movie? No, it's a culmination of a lot of different things, a lot of different organizations, all vying for control. Now, obviously, they're going to gleam to the oldest fraternal organization. Our roots, as Masons, go back all the way to the King Solomon. So they're, we're ancient. Our traditions are ancient in nature. Now, once again, they've been manipulated and modernized and dissected. And I think the conversation that you heard from Leo and myself is that there are certain individuals who would love to take it back to its original roots, its original traditions. And that's what we're fighting for. So, what an interview. It was enlightening for me. I'm sorry that I kind of occupied all of his time. But with that, I just want to say thank you, Leo, for your time. Thank you for your frankness and also for your books. I will definitely get out to those. But you're listening to the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and Podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. Join us here on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. We're going to wrap this night up with our, well, you know what? I love this song, and we're going to play it. It was funny that we always get in trouble for playing it, but I don't care, because it is a great song by my good friend Ed Roman. And with that, be well, take care, and more importantly, be loved.
Human The scars that you get each day make you stronger somehow in some way. Look for your own truth in your heart when it's bold. You know, it may seem like a coda, but I learned it from my Baba. It's not what you believe, it's what you do. It's what you do. It's what you do.